This is something that happened to my twin sister and I when we got our first place together at the age of 20. We'd been living at home, neither of us quite set on what we wanted to go to college for, if at all, so we just focused on working. After saving up enough, we got an apartment together for a decent price. It was a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. It was in an older building, but it was our first place that we got all on our own, so we were proud of it. Our landlord, Dawn, not only owned the building, but lived in one of the apartments as well on the top floor. We had to supply bank statements to show that we could afford the rent, pay a deposit, and 2 months of rent, but we also didn't have to apply or do any kind of credit pulling, so we were pretty happy about that. Dawn seemed like a pretty normal guy, maybe in his late 40s. He was professional enough, going over the rules, what was allowed, what was not. He explained if there were any maintenance issues to just call or come tell him and he would take care of it. He did the walkthrough with us, making sure the place looked fine and that nothing needed to be fixed immediately. As we worked on the process in the walkthrough, he asked about us, about where we worked, what we did for fun, if we planned on having any friends over or pets. At the time, it just seemed like normal questions to learn about the tenants, so we answered them honestly. At the time, we just had 2 parakeets, so nothing that would make a mess in the apartment. As for friends, we did plan on having some over, but nothing long-term. About 2 months after we moved in, we started noticing small things that felt off. I would come home and feel like things had slightly moved. Not obviously ransacked or anything, just different. I was pretty specific with how I leave things. My drawers were always completely pushed in. When they're slightly ajar or crooked, it would drive me crazy. And same with chairs. Even if I was just getting up for a second, I would push it all the way in. So when I came home and went to my room and noticed that my drawer was slightly off, I knew that it had been moved. The drawer in particular had my bras in it, and I asked my sister if she had borrowed one, and she said no. I thought it was weird, but it didn't look like I was missing any, so I assumed maybe it was just a one-off chance that I didn't realize I didn't push it all the way in. To be honest, I didn't believe that, but I had no other explanation. But when it kept happening, but to areas like the bathroom or the living room, I started wondering if it was maintenance. There were a few things that we had reported. The sliding door didn't seem to lock properly, and the dryer started making a loud noise. Well, at this point the dryer wasn't quite as loud, but the door still wasn't locking, so I kind of just assumed that maybe maintenance had come in for the dryer. However, they weren't supposed to enter when we weren't home. And since our stuff was obviously being moved around, I had a big problem with it. So, I went to Dawn's unit to complain about it. I didn't want us to be pushed around just because we were younger, so I was ready to put a stop to it immediately. I knocked on his door and he answered in a pair of sweatpants and no shirt. He looked surprised to see me. I explained that I noticed things being moved around in our apartment that neither I nor my sister had moved. I tried to keep my tone polite but firm, explaining that I know the rules and I know that maintenance could not enter without us home, and that they also had to give us a 24-hour notice. I remember how Dawn's face did this weird thing where he looked almost panicked for a second. Then, when I mentioned maintenance, he overcorrected into being super apologetic and understanding. He said that he would look into it and make sure that it didn't happen again. It seemed like he did talk to them because the weird moving of objects stopped for a while, and my sister also never saw anything out of place. Fast forward a bit, my sister talked about a nightmare she had and worries about sleep paralysis. She mentioned how she was locked in a room with a slit in the door that slid open and shut. When the slit opened, she could see a pair of eyes staring at her, but she couldn't do anything about it. She tried to scream, but she couldn't. She tried to move or hide under the covers, but she couldn't. She never had issues with sleep paralysis before, and I know those nightmares could happen. I'd had them before as a kid, but that was just it. Neither of us had had a nightmare to that degree since we were kids. It was pretty crazy, but we both agreed that maybe she was just stressed at something weird, and we moved on. And that is, until I woke up one night needing to use the restroom. I was in one of those positions where you know you will not get that comfortable if you get up, but my bladder was shouting at me. I rolled over to face the door, and as my eyes focused, my heart dropped. My door was cracked open, something I didn't do, and it looked like someone was standing there watching me. I lied there for several seconds trying to figure out what I was seeing. Was this real? Was I dreaming? I didn't know how to react, not wanting to get out of bed, so I just said out loud, "Sis, what are you doing?" And that's when I almost peed myself. The figure slowly backed away. I quickly sat up, trying to grasp if what I just saw was real. I got up, turned on my light, and slowly opened my door and looked down the hallway. My sister and I are both pretty small, so if this was an intruder, there was no way I could take them. I was afraid to rush out there and confront them, but was hoping that I was sleepwalking or just imagining it. But I was not feeling confident in that, though. After a few seconds, I opened the door all the way and looked down the hall towards our kitchen and dining room. I didn't see anyone, so I quickly opened my sister's door across from me and saw her asleep in her bed. I woke her up and told her what I just saw, and she quickly sat up, now fully awake. We called the police and reported it. The slider still wasn't fixed at that point, but the balcony didn't go anywhere and we were on the second floor. And to no surprise to anyone, there were no ladders or ropes leading to the bottom, meaning the person had to have come from our front door, of which I was certain we locked. The police asked the normal questions, and since they didn't see anyone around and didn't catch anyone, they left, and we were unable to fall back asleep. It was crazy to us. We didn't have a lot of stuff, as we were just going alone and getting stuff as we had the money for it. Everything else, like our couch and TV, were clearly older, as they were brought from our parents' place. But since nothing was missing or even searched through, it seemed like robbing us was not their intention, which I felt even more creeped out about. The next day, my sister and I went to talk to Don about what happened. I remember him being completely shocked about it, and made a comment that he had never had reports like that until we moved in. It wasn't until we left that I realized what he said. We told him that we wanted to better secure the apartment and mentioned getting a doorbell camera, and he was apprehensive. We explained that we would be paying for it and installing it ourselves, so there was no cost to him. But he said he didn't want those installed on the doors because it invaded people's privacy. I argued that it wouldn't because it's on our door and would only catch people walking by it or stopping at our door. I even reminded him that someone broke into our apartment, so we were trying to catch the person that did it, making his apartment complex safer. But no matter what, he refused. He gave a half-assed apology but said that he wouldn't allow anything on the outside of the building, and also felt that it was appropriate to say any damage done to the apartment would come out of our deposit if and when we moved out. We left feeling defeated and like he definitely wouldn't do anything for us if it came down to it. We were barely 6 months into our lease, and already we were getting some really bad feelings from it all. We did tell our parents about everything that happened, and they both agreed that they didn't like his response to it. My dad understood him not wanting things installed on the outside of the building, but said that there were other ways he could have handled it. He mentioned using a magnetic plate to put it on the door, and that way nothing had to be installed, no holes being made. But they both didn't like how he didn't seem concerned about the break-ins in general. That's when my sister pointed out the way he said that it didn't happen until we moved in. Like it was our fault. So my dad helped us with a way around it. We went and picked up 2 cameras and had them set up to face both of our doors. One was on the bookshelf facing the front door, and the other was on the entertainment center facing the slider, just in case. This way it just captured the doors, so it wasn't too intrusive for us, and if someone broke in, we would have even better proof that they were inside our apartment. I know setting up the cameras didn't really secure us any better, but it at least gave me a little more fire, knowing that we would have proof. We both just made sure the doors were locked at all times, the slider being fixed at this point, so there was no doubt that it was left unlocked. Things went back to normal after that, and we started to relax for a bit. We didn't feel quite as uncomfortable being home at night, and our dad called or texted us goodnight every night, making sure we were okay. Then, it all came to a head about 2 weeks later. We were both asleep, and I once again had the urge to use the restroom. I rolled over and noticed that once again, my door was slightly open. But this time there was no figure in the doorway. I did, however, immediately sit up, knowing that I didn't leave my door like that, and was worried that someone came in again. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, ready to call, as I slowly stood up and walked the few steps to my door. I swung my door open quickly, and to my horror, there was a guy facing my sister's room with her door open, and his pants were down. I know that he heard me swing the door, because he started to whip around as he tried to pull his pants up. But my scream is what woke up my sister. She turned so quickly, covering herself up, as she was sleeping in just a t-shirt. I was so angry and freaked out at once. I wanted to just lock myself in my sister's room and call the police, but the anger took over when I recognized the intruder. And you probably guessed at this point, it was Dawn. I grabbed the first thing within my reach, which was a boot on this shelf that sat between our rooms, and I threw it at him. And then, I kept throwing shoes at him until I ran out and finally got up and left our apartment. My sister was on the phone with the cops while we waited for them to show up. I checked our cameras. It clearly showed him entering our apartment through the front door, pulling down his hood, and looking around the apartment. He then walked down the hallway where he was out of view until it showed him crawling across the floor, ducking my shoes. He'd been there for about 20 minutes. I was horrified and disgusted. No wonder he didn't want us to install a camera. He had a key to the place, so he could come and go as he pleased, and the camera would just show him doing as much. He clearly wasn't expecting us to have cameras inside the apartment based on his conversation with the police. When they arrived, we told them everything, and then showed them the camera footage. They went to confront him, and he had completely changed his clothes and denied everything, claiming we had caused nothing but trouble since we moved in. He actually told them that we were probably doing it because we had tried flirting with him to lower our rent. But when they told him that we had video proof it was him, he shut up and wouldn't say another word. There was a whole legal thing after all this, which is why I didn't use any real names, just in case. He still tried to argue that we had to pay to get out of our lease, but that didn't go as he planned. He was charged for basically breaking and entering, among some other charges. We moved out pretty quickly after that, even though he wasn't around. We still didn't feel comfortable being there. So, back to our parents' place we went. At least until we figured it all out again. The next place we got, we vetted it much better, and we went through a company rather than a single person. And we still had our cameras up too, because now, I just find it hard to trust people. I live in a pretty rural area. It's not completely isolated, but the nearest town is about a 20-minute drive, and I work in a city about an hour away. I got my house pretty cheap, and it was perfect for me. The city is still growing and developing, so I thought it would be a good place for my first home. I didn't need much anyways, as I was typically a homebody, so it worked out for me. What I'm about to share is something that I still can't make sense of on one of those late-night drives home after work. I had stayed a lot later than I had planned. I was working overtime to catch up on some numbers and got stopped talking to a coworker that was there doing the same thing. I finally left around 11 p.m. The route is mostly highway, but the last 30 to 40 minutes are on a state road. 2 lanes, long stretches of driving with very few streetlights and a lot of open fields, farms, and woods. During the day, and even during the sunrise and set, it's pretty peaceful to drive through. But when you're in a rush or exhausted, it can be a long, boring drive. Luckily, I had a late night energy drink, so I was pretty awake, just physically drained. I had music going and the windows cracked to keep me focused. This was a few years ago, and back in mid-autumn, so it was a bit chilly at the time. That is when I first spotted the figures. Going along my normal drive, I saw something on the right side of the road, maybe about 100 feet ahead of me, near the edge of a tree line that bordered a large, empty field. At first, I just registered it as something out of the ordinary, a momentary blip on my path home. You get used to seeing deer, coyotes, the occasional fox, maybe even some farm equipment, but the closer I got, the more I realized it wasn't any of those. It looked like a person standing there, perfectly still. My immediate thought was something like, what an odd place for someone to be standing at nearly midnight. But then I thought maybe it was a farmer that was scaring something off his land, or maybe just looking at something. So I slowed down a bit, squinting, trying to get a better look. As I got closer, my opinions began to change, because it was way taller than any person I knew. It was also incredibly thin, like unnaturally so. It was just silhouetted against the slightly lighter sky above the trees, but it looked like it was wearing dark clothing that just blended into its shape. The shirt, or whatever it was, must have been tight or form-fitting because I could tell that it was wearing something, but I could still make out just how skinny it was. Other than that, there were no distinctive features. Just a tall, skinny, dark shape. And it didn't move at all. There was no sway in the slight breeze. It didn't adjust. Nothing. It just stood there. Because of its immense ability to not move, I figured maybe it was some weird modern art sculpture on someone's property, and maybe the owner didn't like it and ditched it on the road. Or maybe it was one of those realistic and creepy scarecrows that I've seen some farms put up around Halloween, and they just never took it down. Either way, I just shrugged, made a face, and sped back up, driving past it. I mean, I may have felt awake, but maybe I was more tired than I thought I was. I drove for another few miles, the figure long gone and out of view behind me, but that experience had left me slightly jolted, and I was a bit more awake. But then I saw another one. This one was closer, maybe only 70 feet off the road, and still in a field, but closer to my side. Again, it stood perfectly still, but had the same impossible height and thinness, the same dark, indistinct form. That's when my heart rate picked up a bit. There were 2 of these creepy figures or scarecrows in different fields, miles apart. I slowed down again, feeling that sense of unease. I drove past this one a little slower than the first. As I got closer, it remained utterly motionless, just a dark and spindly figure standing there facing perpendicular to the road, looking into the field. I still couldn't make out any facial features and details, and it was still just a silhouette, but everything around me felt heavy. It's still hard to explain, but it was just there with this intense stillness that felt wrong. Again, after staring it down for a few seconds, I passed it by quickly, as if it was going to follow me. I seriously felt crazy at that moment. I looked this thing up and down, and there was not a single movement from it. but I kept anticipating some stupid horror movie trope where it would turn around and scream or something. But regardless, what even were those things? I take this road almost daily, and I had never seen them before. I was probably another 5 to 6 minutes down the road when I saw a third one. That one was the worst. It was right on the edge of the pavement, like just a few feet from the white line. I stopped pretty hard. At first, I was thinking it was walking into the road from the looks of it, until I got closer and came to a complete stop. It was maybe 10 feet from the road. It was facing away from the road, looking into the field, just like the last one, but this one looked much taller. Closer to 7 or 8 feet. And being as close as I was, calling it skinny was an understatement. It just looked like a dark line against the slightly gray field beyond its limbs. I had to have been sitting there in my car on the road for a few minutes. I'm both glad and disappointed that no one else ever drove up behind me. I would have had to have kept moving, but I also wish someone else would have to see if they were seeing the same thing I was. I was just far enough away that my headlights were right on this thing's back. I could see the texture of whatever it was wearing, and it looked like it would have been incredibly uncomfortable. It looked rough, like burlap or something similar. But like I said, it looked stretched over what I assume were incredibly thin limbs. And I know that my description partially sounds like it would be some kind of scarecrow in a T position, but that's not even how it was standing. The posture was just wrong. Its shoulders seemed too high, and the back of its head and neck seemed elongated and slightly bent forward, almost as if its head was too heavy for its neck. It wasn't rigid like a pole either. There was a hint of curvature, but it was completely and utterly motionless. Every instinct was going crazy in my body, telling me the obvious answer to this situation was to leave, keep the doors locked, and get home. But I was still morbidly curious as to just what the hell I was looking at. So, I continued to sit there for who knows how long, still refusing to believe that this thing wasn't alive. I flashed my brights at it and honked my horn. Not a budge or jump. It didn't twitch. Didn't shift its weight. Nothing. Still a bit freaked out, but not having anything else to do, I put the car back in drive and slowly crept past it. I kept my eyes on it as my car's bumper pulled even with it, and I started to crane my neck to try and see its side, maybe its head better, or even if it had a face. But as I did, as the side of my car was directly beside this thing, I felt something. This is the part that I try to explain, and I feel crazy. It wasn't a sound that I heard with my ears exactly. It was more like a pressure inside of my head, or a brief, sharp burst of static right in my skull. It was like that muffled thwump sound you hear when you hit your head on something, but it felt invasive and unpleasant. Like a tiny silent scream or a blast of interference inside of my mind. Like someone just barged into my head and started going through my memories. Things were coming up that I had no reason to think about at that point in time, but yet, there they were. I had a slight moment of control, and I looked back at the figure, and I caught the tiniest glimpse of its face. But what I saw wasn't much of a face. It was just smooth and featureless, like that same burlap-like fabric was pulled over its face, but the shape was long and sloping. The only thing you could make out was where one of its eyes should have been, and it was just a dark hole. And, well, that was it. The moment my brain fully came back to my control, it switched from, what is this freaky thing, to, this is an absolute primal terror, and you need to get as far away from it as possible. I floored it. I curved slightly, fearing something might happen if I just grazed the damn thing, and I took off, not even checking my rearview mirror. I just drove as fast as I dared on that dark road, praying that something else didn't pop out at me. My heart was pounding so hard that I was struggling to catch my breath. I was sweating, which made no sense with how cool it was, and I remember being too afraid to even check my mirrors. I got home, locked my door, made sure my windows were locked, closed every blind and curtain, and turned on practically every light. I didn't want to be in the dark, and I've never had that problem before. No one was in my house, but I felt like someone was around, like someone was watching or listening. I felt so paranoid and crazy, and I hated it. I couldn't sleep, so I stayed in my living room playing something on my Xbox for most of the night. I finally started feeling tired and was forgetting about the figures around 4 in the morning, and thankfully I didn't work the next day. However, I was supposed to meet up with my mom for lunch, so I pulled myself off the couch, made myself presentable, and took that same path out there. The only thing that comforted me was that it was daytime. I drove that same route, nervously looking around for those figures again, but they were nowhere to be found. I took that entire road to get back on the main highway, and I didn't see a single one. It had been about 12 hours since I was on the road the previous night. Where could they have gone? When I met up with my mom, I told her about the figures without mentioning the creeping feeling in my head, and she found it very strange too, and had no suggestions on what they could have been either. After that, I never saw them again. I worked the same shift and was a nervous wreck the next night that I drove home, but they were gone. And as of today, I still have not seen them again. But this feeling that they seem to emanate and that awful feeling in my head will never go away. While they looked like they were just some weird statue or something, I can't help but wonder if they were living things. And if so, what the hell could they have been? Worse yet, what was their purpose that night? I just don't like the idea of thinking that they may still be out there somewhere. I'm from Hazard, Kentucky. Actually, Perry County, but basically the same, which is a part of the Appalachian Mountains. My parents live very deep in the mountains, and I began seeing odd things in their house as early as 5 years old. My mom also grew up here and reports that odd haunted types of things have always gone on at the house. I was never really allowed to watch horror movies about ghosts or shows like Ghost Hunters growing up because of the nature of the house, and I slept with my mom until I was around 13 because I was scared after seeing so many things at home. One night, however, we decided to watch the Ghost Adventure Waverly Hills episode. That night I woke up around 3 a.m. to that feeling of something watching over me. I could feel it as soon as I woke. The feeling of evil and malice in the air. I rolled over and locked eyes with something standing beside my mom's side of the bed. Its skin was inhumanely pale, and this is coming from a redhead. It was slouched over and seemed as if it would never be able to straighten all the way up if it wanted to. The skin looked as if bones were sticking out and fingers were extremely long and clawed. The face was sunken in and the eyes hollow black holes, seemingly. It appeared to have a few greasy-looking hairs on its head, totally naked, but no genitals that I could see. I stupidly left my mom to fend for herself and covered myself totally up under the covers. I laid awake the whole night sweating bullets. My mom woke the next day and raised her shirt and asked what in the world had happened. She had claw marks down her side. They were so bad that they were bloody, and the fingers looked as though they'd been stacked on top of each other almost. I wish we had a photo of this, but at the time this happened, it was probably around 2007 or 2008. That would have placed me around 7 to 8 years old, and cameras weren't as around in your face as they are today, so we didn't think to take a picture. Prior to this, I had seen the creature once beforehand, but it didn't injure anyone. One night I woke and saw it on my side of the bed. I hid under the covers that night as well, but when I dared to peek out, it was still there hours later. This was before the first incident that I described, and once again, it didn't hurt anyone the first time. It was gone the next morning when daylight hit and finally came out from under the covers. This story may read like a creepypasta, but it's very real. I never saw the creature again after the incident where it harmed my mom, but every time I drive down a dark back road, I think of it. I know I was not asleep or imagining things when I saw this. I wanted to share my story to find more related ones close by. I've heard a lot of strange stories from people in my area, but none of this creature. It sounds stupid, but the best comparison for the appearance of this creature is the creepypasta for the Rake. It looks almost identical. I would like to clarify that this did not impact me imagining this. I did not even have internet access until 2009 or 2010, and didn't discover creepypastas until much later. In the past, people have called it a crawler, but I'm not sure what this would be considered. My parents also live at this same house. My hometown was a filming location for the 1985 movie Day of the Dead by George Romero. So every year we had a festival downtown called ZombieCon in tribute, which was just a bunch of vendors and people in costumes on a bar crawl. As the years went on, the costumes got even better and the small downtown streets got even more packed. There were no real tickets or gates, just a table at the ends of the streets where you could donate to the Pushing Daisies organization, or leave some canned food and then walk right on in. It was 2015, and it was the first year my parents let me go with my friends unchaperoned, since I was finally a high school freshman. The theme that year was zombies vs. hunters, and the streets were filled to the brim with people covered in fake blood, and people carrying prop guns. And there were so many people it was hard to move through the crowd. My friends and I, a group of 5 girls, were walking on the outskirts of a densely crowded square. The night started to get late, and it was time to start finding a spot to call my parents to come pick us up. As we navigated through the crowd, breaking through the loud music playing on the streets was suddenly a scream. Shrieks started to ring out from everywhere, and people started running. We looked around confused. You have to understand that at 15, you think nothing bad can happen to you, and the red flags fly over your head. One of my friends joked, "Is there a sale going on or something?" A woman in front of us threw off her flip-flops, pulled her baby out of the stroller, and started running, leaving the stroller and her shoes behind. 3 of my friends, one infected by the other, were the kinds to panic laugh. Within moments, the streets was nearly empty. I got my giggling friends to finally pull to the side. A cop walked by, nearly the only person left on the street, yelling at us to leave. We still had no idea what was going on. Some codes came through the cop's walkie, and he started sprinting in the direction that we were originally headed. On top of all of this chaos, my parents kept calling me on my cracked iPhone 6. But no matter how many times I tried to swipe to pick up, the screen did nothing. I tried to call them back, and it just wouldn't connect. It was nearly 1 a.m. at this time, and we were the only ones left on this deserted street. My friends still making fun of the whole situation, and the seriousness flying over their heads. My parents had apparently been cruising around wherever the streets weren't blocked off looking for us, and they finally found us. We piled into the back, and the first thing that flew out of my mom's mouth, "There's a shooter on the loose and you didn't pick up the phone? Are you out of your mind?" After we explained ourselves, she explained. That night, someone had decided to commit something horrible and disappear into the crowd. A man opened fire into the crowd, hospitalizing 5, and killing a man named Expavius Taylor at the scene. He was only 20. And people couldn't tell what blood was real and what was fake. People couldn't tell who did it between all the people carrying fake guns that day. Obviously, we never had a ZombieCon again. Every day we watched the news wondering when they would finally find who did it. It took them 3 years to finally find the murderer, and he was arrested in 2018. It was 24-year-old Jose Bonilla. He got 30 years in prison. In the end, he was only caught because he was drunkenly bragging about what he had done at a bar in the same downtown where he had taken that young man's life. I used to live in a small apartment complex in Chicago. It was the only place I could really afford with the job that I had at the time. It wasn't the best, but the rent included the utilities, which was a big saver for me. I figured I would stay there for a year or two and move out once I saved up enough money. For the first few months, I took the same route home from the station every night. It took about 15 minutes total, which isn't bad on foot, but when you're exhausted after a 10-hour shift where you're on your feet all day, or it's freezing cold or pouring rain, every extra minute feels like torture. I considered getting a bike or something to save a little time, but I didn't have a place to store it, and I wasn't comfortable leaving it outside. Again, I didn't live in the best of areas. It's not like I was at risk of being mugged every night on my way home. I'm also a guy and not a very small one, but if someone wanted to, they could easily take my bike from the stand out front. Bike locks be damned. So, I tried to look for shortcuts, which is how I found this alley. It was just one of those typical Chicago back alleys. Narrow, running between 2 rows of old brick buildings, maybe 20 feet wide. During the day, it's just a normal-looking alley with dumpsters, some trash on the sides, and the occasional person cutting through, but at night, it's dark as hell. Because only one of the buildings had a backlight, so it's pretty dim. For a lot of people, I'm sure it would have been a deterrent, but for me, it cut about 5 minutes off of my walk, and on those rough nights, it made a huge difference. I started using it regularly to get home. If I was in a good mood and it felt nice out, I might take the normal route. But most of the time, I cut through the alley. When I first started taking it, I would hesitate at the entrance, looking around and thinking, maybe I shouldn't walk down the dark alley alone at 11 p.m. But I also felt like I was the person others would avoid based on my size. So I continued to take it, and nothing ever happened. I would occasionally hear a mouse or a stray cat running around, but that was it. After a few weeks, it became a routine, and I'd barely even think about it as I rounded the corner to enter the alley. Then came one late night in mid-November. I remember the time because I'd been texting my sister about plans for my birthday that was coming up that following weekend, as I walked home from the station. I turned into the alley like I always did, still looking down at my phone and barely paying attention. But as I walked, something started feeling different. Like the air felt heavier, if that makes any sense. I can't really explain it. I looked up from my phone, but all I saw was the long alley with dark shadows along the sides. Exactly what I was expecting to see. I told myself that I was just getting myself worked up and ignored it, and then went back to finishing my text. As I finished it, I dropped my phone to my side, still in my hand, and for a second, the alley felt like it was going on longer than usual. I know that sounds stupid too. Alleys don't just get longer, but I was walking and felt like I wasn't getting anywhere. I saw the one streetlight peeking out from around the corner, but I felt like I had been walking forever towards it. I just told myself that I was tired, a little anxious, maybe even a bit paranoid, because I'd had too much coffee and not enough sleep. But that's when one of the shadows moved, causing me to stop in my tracks. At least part of me wasn't going crazy. Like I mentioned earlier, I just spotted the shadows in a quick glance and didn't think about what they were from. But now, seeing one move, I realized there's no way there could be shadows here. What I thought were shadows were actually people. I stopped walking and counted. There were at least 6 people. 3 on each side of the wall standing against it completely motionless. But because of how dark it was, all I could tell was that their shadows were all the same, except for height. Their bodies were straight all the way up. The shoulders came to a point, curved around the head, which was also rounded. Basically, it looked like they were all wearing something that covered themselves entirely, like a hooded robe or a cloak of some sort. I couldn't make out any facial features. I just remember being frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Did I just walk into something? I'd walk down the alley on every day of the week and have never run into this before. I tried to ease the tension by laughing a bit and said, "Hell, y'all scared me." But none of them moved or said a word. It didn't even look like they were looking at me. It was like they were looking straight ahead, as if they were looking at each other. That's when the hair on the back of my neck started to stand. Something wasn't right about this whole thing. Then I heard this weird gurgling sound coming from the opposite end of the alley. Like someone with a mouthful of liquid, like they were struggling. Then, as if on cue, all 6 people moved their heads to look directly at me. And that's when my fight or flight response finally kicked in, and it definitely chose flight. There was no way in hell I was walking past them and towards that gurgling sound. I turned around and just sprinted back towards the entrance that I came from. As I reached the entrance again, I looked back to see if they were following me, and I saw all 6 of them, now standing in the middle of the alley, facing me and still not moving. I didn't stop running. I burst out of the alley and back onto the street and kept going. When I got to my apartment building, I slowed down, catching my breath and looking around to see if I was being followed. When I didn't see anyone around, I entered the building, got into my apartment, and immediately locked the door. I thought about calling the police, but admittedly, I didn't. I didn't even know what I was supposed to tell them. Hey, there's some weird people standing in an alley. Sorry, that's a lot of places in Chicago. Granted, I didn't know what the gurgling sound was, but I also didn't feel safe walking past 6 people to find out. I was a big guy, but 6 people is a bit much for me to take on after a long shift. I even tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some kind of art, installation, or experiment. But with them not responding to me or even blocking off the alley or leaving a warning at the entrance, it was all very strange to me. I checked local posts online to see if anyone else mentioned running into something similar and still came up empty-handed. The next day, I did not take the alley to work or home. But the day after, I took it during the day and it looked just as it always had. Nothing out of the ordinary. I took it that night, keeping my flashlight on the entire time, and there were no weird people or strange sounds. Just as I expected. And I never experienced that again. At night, I always looked down the alley before I took it, and most of the time, I did. But if I spotted one thing that looked off, even if the dumpster back there was open, I didn't take it. Risking my life or safety definitely isn't worth saving those 5 minutes. I wanted to share my story with you in the hopes of finding some like-minded people. Those that may understand what I experienced more than I do. I'm not someone who believes in the paranormal stuff, nor am I religious. I'm a software developer, so I tend to approach things logically, and I generally look for rational explanations for just about everything. But there was something that happened to me as a child that I've never been able to fully explain. And being the person that I am, it's one of those itches I can't scratch. So it tends to live rent-free in my mind, showing itself at odd times for me to think on it more, and part of me wonders if there is something more to it. From as early as I can remember, until about the age of 12, I had this same recurring nightmare, at least twice a week. It was always the exact same, too. I would find myself in an extremely cramped, enclosed space. Like being inside of a metal box, barely big enough for my body. I could see out through what seemed like a very small and thick window, but everything outside was dark, like it was always nighttime. But the area around me, wherever I was, seemed very advanced and technological somehow. There were a lot of switches and panels around me, but I remember reaching for them and knowing exactly what they were and what they did. While the panels weren't daunting to me, it was the claustrophobic feeling that I always paid too much attention to. I would see the panels and be fine, but then I almost felt like I couldn't breathe when I realized how small of an area I was actually in. Then, the nightmare would always end the same way. There would be this sudden flash of orange light outside the window, followed immediately by this intense heat that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I remember feeling like I was being burned alive. It was that bad. Then I would wake up screaming and drenched in sweat. I remember having these dreams before I even really talked, so it was so hard to explain how I felt to my parents. I just let them hold and comfort me and tell me that I must have had a bad dream. And that's what I led myself to believe as well. But this nightmare was always so incredibly vivid and terrifying that waking up screaming became a normal routine. And I even had accidents in my bed sometimes. My parents even took me to a child psychologist. I was their first kid, so I think they took everything that could possibly be wrong with me very seriously. Unfortunately, they weren't much help. They told my parents to restrict what I ate or drank a few hours before bed. They gave me a Benadryl, which, yes, helped me fall asleep faster, but the nightmares were always there. They happened so often, and were so consistent that I could describe every detail of the cramped space, down to the texture of the wall and the feeling of being strapped in somehow. When I was able to talk a bit more fluently, I tried explaining to my parents what it was about. I know they were expecting me to say that I saw a monster, or I was falling, or something you would expect a kid to have nightmares about, but by the look on their face, I could tell that they didn't know what to think of my description. The nightmares continued throughout elementary school, but I learned to cope with them to some extent. I rarely woke up screaming and crying like I used to, but I was still jolted awake and drenched in sweat. I would have to look around and remind myself that it was just a dream. However, it didn't make them less intense or frequent. I just remember being so frustrated because I was too embarrassed to stay at any friends' houses, afraid that I may wake up from a nightmare and be made fun of. Then, in 6th grade, our science teacher was doing a unit on the history of space exploration. I was looking forward to this because I had a weird love-hate thing for space and space travel and astronomy. It fascinated me. I loved using the cheap little telescope that I had bought with my birthday money to look at the stars. I even had a little book that helped locate and identify the larger stars. But at the same time, if I spent too much time stargazing, I would get this existential dread creeping up on me, and I would have to do something else to distract my brain. And I had no idea why it was happening. Anyway, for our space unit, the focus was mainly on successful missions. Mercury, Gemini, the moon landings, and we even watched a documentary on it. But she also covered some of the setbacks and disasters, explaining how they shaped and changed what we know, and to put it basically, how we learned from our mistakes. One of the tragedies that she brought up was Apollo 1. Something immediately felt different when she showed the pictures of the craft and those 3 astronauts, Grissom, White, and Chaffee. She explained how, while they were doing routine tests in their command module, a fire broke out in the cabin. The spacecraft was filled with pure oxygen, which caused the fire to spread incredibly quick. The tragic part of this was that they couldn't escape. The hatch design made it impossible for them to open it quickly from the inside. And sadly, they all perished there. She went over this and how this taught them that the hatch was not safe and caused them to redesign it so that it opened outwards. I remember the mix of emotions I felt as we discussed this. I felt incredibly sad for those astronauts and overwhelmed with this feeling of guilt and remorse, and I didn't understand why. That night, I went home and asked my parents to go to the library over the weekend. There was no assignment for us surrounding it, but something just pulled me to it, telling me to look into it myself. This was the early 2000s, so we didn't have a computer with internet to just look it up freely like today. So, that Saturday, we went to the library and I tried to get some books and an encyclopedia to read as much information about it as I could. And somewhere in all the information I read, I saw something that triggered something in my mind. I read the final transmissions as one of them said, "We're burning up." I didn't mention this earlier, but in my dreams, I kept hearing that. Right toward the end, right before I would wake up, I could hear it, like I was thinking it. We're burning up. What the hell did any of this mean to me? I started getting that same feeling when I watched the stars too long and had to put everything back. I remember telling my dad I wanted to leave, and he asked me if I was okay, saying I looked like I was about to be sick. I told him that was why I wanted to leave, but didn't explain what I had found. We went home, and I went to play with my younger brother, and tried to completely forget about what I read, not wanting to think about it. But then, that night, I slept peacefully, not waking up once. That was fine. I didn't have the nightmare every night, but then the next night, and the next 2 weeks, and then a month passed by, and not a single nightmare. I was sleeping through the nights, and if I dreamt at all, they were just normal dreams that I would expect a kid to dream about. It is now 2025, and I have not had that nightmare since. Now, I had something new to think about. Was it related? Did I see or read something that caused the nightmares to stop? I thought it was just some irrational fear of small spaces, the dark, and maybe even fire, but is there more to it? Like I mentioned in the beginning, I'm not a religious person. My family never has been. And I certainly didn't know anything about past lives as a kid, and I even feel silly for asking this, but could that be what I experienced? Was I having flashbacks of a life previously lived? Was I experiencing their final moments, and did researching it give me or them some kind of closure as to what happened? I don't want to claim that I was one of those astronauts, because part of me feels like that might be insulting to their memory. Those guys were real people with families, and documented lives that had nothing to do with me or my family line. I did my best to look into that too. But the idea that consciousness somehow transfers from one person to another is the only thing that is making any sense to me. Since then, I've told my therapist, my now fiancé, and you about my experience, which is why I'll keep my real name out of this. But I felt the need to share it. I'm not looking to be convinced of reincarnation or anything like that. I'm just trying to understand this experience that has puzzled me for decades. I'm more open to hearing about people's experiences like this because it makes me feel less alone, but part of me is still torn. Was it really related? Or was it just a coincidence that they stopped? I don't think I'll ever find out. At least, not in this lifetime. Hi, Raven. I've been a long-time listener to your stories, but I've never submitted any stories myself, although I've experienced some unexplainable events throughout my life. The point is, I'm not a good writer, but also very self-critical, so I know it's going to take me some time to write this story. Let me start by saying that I'm a 30-year-old woman from the Netherlands, and so my first language is Dutch. Therefore, I'm not a native English speaker, but I'll try my best to write this story as understandable as possible. I'm certain you're going to do just fine. So let's go on to the story. This story happened about 31 years ago in 1994, when my mom was pregnant with me. At this point, my mom, my dad, and my brother were a family of 3, and my brother had just turned 2 years old. They had 2 dogs, which were still around when I was born and lived for quite a few years during my early childhood, and a goldfish. I promise the goldfish will be important to this story. My mom worked part-time so that she could take care of my brother as many hours of the day as possible. The hours my mom was at work, my grandmother babysat my brother, but on occasion he went to daycare for a few hours. The day in which this story took place was one of those occasions. My mom came back from work and she noticed that she still had some time left before she had to pick up my brother from daycare. She decided to do some ironing in the meantime, when she noticed that the goldfish suddenly had black spots all over its body. She thought this was strange since the fish was perfectly fine when she fed him before going to work that morning. She brushed it off for the moment and planned on discussing it with my dad when he would get home from work later that day. My mom then went on to go upstairs to get the laundry out of the dryer and iron it. While she was ironing the clothing, she started having this feeling of someone standing behind her, so she turned around to check just in case. Much to her surprise, there was indeed a person standing behind her, but it wasn't a person. My mom described it as a shadow shaped as a human. My mom is a pretty down-to-earth person, so she thought that she was imagining it. She decided to turn back to her ironing board and ignore it, but as we all know, we as human beings are extremely curious. And of course, so was my mom. She told me that she couldn't help herself but look again. Standing behind her was still this shadow figure. At that point, she knew that it was serious. She immediately went downstairs and, of course, got confronted with the goldfish again. She felt like something more was going on, something that she couldn't explain. My mom decided to call my dad, who was still at work, and he reassured her by saying that he would come home early to be with her. So, my mom picked up my brother from daycare, and when she and my brother came home, my dad was already there. My dad told my mom that he didn't see the shadow figure, although he did indeed see the fish having black spots that he didn't have in the morning. My mom and dad decided to go to the pet store to ask if it's possible for a goldfish to develop these kind of spots. When they arrived and asked the question, the pet store owner laughed at them, saying it's impossible, and that the fish must have had them all of its life as part of its skin pattern and that they hadn't noticed it up until then. Of course, that wasn't the case, but the pet store owner clearly didn't take my parents seriously. Let me say that I googled it in this era, and according to Google, it is in fact possible for a goldfish to develop black spots due to health issues. But that's not what the pet store owner told my parents back in the 90s. So, my parents went home confused. Confused about what was going on with their pet fish, but also about the circumstances. Because why did those black spots appear right before my mom saw the shadow figure? In the next few weeks, my mom would have her next doctor's appointment for her pregnancy. When the appointment came, the doctor told my parents that their baby, me, wasn't completely healthy. In fact, the doctor said that her baby would be born disabled due to spina bifida, a birth defect where a baby's spinal cord and backbone don't form properly in the womb, leaving a gap or opening in the spine. Of course, my parents were shocked and devastated, and further nerve-wracking examinations would follow. Examinations to predict the severity of the defect. After these examinations, my parents were told by the doctors that, although it wouldn't be without a fight, they expected their baby to be able to lead a decent life in the future. This obviously was a blessing in disguise. Fast forward to the day I was born. In June of 1995, on the day that I was born, that miraculous little goldfish died. I was rushed into surgery immediately after I was born to close my spine and to place a cerebral spinal drain in my brain. Many surgeries would follow throughout my early childhood, my teenage years, and my 20s. Still, I would say that the doctors back in 1994 were right about me being able to have a decent life, because I absolutely do. I went to regular schools and colleges, and have always had friends and have never been bullied for my disability. And like I said, I'm 30 years old now, and I've been married for 8 years to a wonderful husband. We have the cutest dog and have created a beautiful home and life together. But back to the story. There is one last thing to add. A little after I was born, my mom met a woman at work who can be described as a medium. I guess my mom and her got in touch about the events that took place while she was pregnant with me, and after I was born. She told her about the goldfish and his black spots, the shadow figure, and that the fish died on the day that I was born. The woman was totally invested in my mom's story, and asked if she could share her thoughts about what could possibly have happened. My mom replied with, "Yes, I absolutely would like to know your perspective on this." What the woman said next left my mom speechless. She said, "I think the shadow figure was your guardian angel, and they visited you to warn you about your baby's health. I think they used the fish as symbolization. The fishbowl represented your womb. The water inside the fishbowl represented your amniotic fluid, and the fish represented your baby. And since the fish suddenly had black spots, it represented that your baby wasn't doing okay. The shadow figure showed itself to make you pay attention to what it was trying to warn you about. When your baby was born, the fish's purpose had been served, so it passed away." At that moment, my mom just knew that this woman was right. It all made sense now. As soon as I was old enough, my mom told me the story about our guardian angel that has protected me and my mom since before I was born. And this story will forever live on in our family. Thank you for reading, Raven. I do have some more unexplainable events that I experienced, and also some that my mom experienced, but those are for another time. I've been a skeptic ever since knowing of these things. I have avoided saying the word in the post title, and whenever they're mentioned, I abruptly stop the conversation and do everything in my power to distract myself from the word in order to prevent them from being driven toward me. For this reason, I'll be using the word creature instead. Frankly, I'm not entirely sure if this thing really was a SW creature. It could be something similar, but I digress. These are the one thing that I have consistently avoided since adolescence. At writing, it is 3:11 in the morning, and this occurred about 20 minutes ago. I was on my way home from a friend's place, a bit groggy and feeling a bit down. I live about 30 minutes away in a small rural area. I try to keep a good eye on the road at this time as we live in deer country, and I don't want to hit anything. Throughout the drive, I did so like normal, and all was well until turning off the highway into the road leading to my house. There was a large, low-visibility hill right at the intersection to said road. As I crossed the horizon of the hill, there was the creature, sitting motionless, tongue out, staring at my vehicle. It took the form of a dog, sort of brown and black and splotchy. However, I'm 100% certain this was not a dog. Its eyes were large and lifeless. It didn't move. Only a twitch of the ear was visible. That's the only way that I knew it was real. It was hunched over like some sort of gargoyle. Instantly, I went to honk at it, but as some of my fingers grazed my horn, I was paralyzed in fear. I couldn't freaking move. It was just there, hauntingly staring. It was the eyes. The absolutely ungodly eyes. Dread consumed me, and I hit the gas and turned onto the road. This is a gravel road, mind you, and I sped all the way home, about 4 kilometers away, and I've locked myself in my room ever since. I can't move, and I sure as hell can't sleep. I don't understand why this creature was drawn to me. Perhaps my avoidance drove it closer? Nonetheless, I'm absolutely freaking petrified, and certain that thing was not a dog or anything of the sort. I apologize if this writing is poor. I'm terrified and not thinking straight, and sure as hell not going to sleep anytime soon. Any thoughts would be great, and for a little more information, I live near the Rocky Mountains, if it helps. I recently stumbled upon your YouTube channel. What a great find. I recently retired and am working on various projects, and I like a little listening background. And thank you for your exceptional narrations. Thank you kindly for listening. When my son Aaron was 3 years old, we would take nightly walks around the neighborhood when the weather permitted. One lovely spring evening, we were walking up a hill on a route that we had not taken for a long time. Aaron was a chatterbox from the time he was 11 months old, speaking in clear sentences. As we were ascending the hill, we were chatting about the buds on the trees as we passed them. I explained to him that that was a sign that summer would be here soon. As we topped the hill, he paused and pointed to a neatly spaced row of pine trees by an early 1900s era house. He said, "I planted those trees when I was John." I was thinking, what? And I said, "I'm not sure that I heard you. What did you say?" He pointed again to the trees and started walking in the direction that he was pointing and said, "Mama, I planted those trees when I was John." He turned and looked me in the eye. He then said, "They grew up nice." I said, "Yeah, that was a great job," my heart thumping as if I'd seen a ghost. We started walking again, and he randomly said, "We needed a windbreak." I said, "Pardon?" And he explained, "I planted those trees because we needed something to break up the wind on the top of this hill." I remember cocking my head, smiling and looking at him like a dog who's trying to decode an unfamiliar word or expression, and said, "Wow, that was a great idea." In my head, I'm wondering how I could be hearing what I'm hearing. We then turned and started for home, and he started asking about hot chocolate. I never mentioned the trees or John to him again, and I kind of skirted around that route on our evening walks, until one evening a few weeks later, as we were preparing for our walk, he said, "Let's go check on the trees." I hesitated and said, "Okay, we'll go see how far out the leaves are from the buds." He looked at me and laughed and said, "Not those trees, Mama. My trees. The ones I planted." And so we did. After that evening, there was no more talk of the pine trees or John. And we moved away the next year. We returned to visit family when he was about 6 or 7, and we were about to drive by those trees. He was talking about something else and I interrupted him. It was winter and the trees had snow on them and looked pretty. I stopped the car and pointed to the trees and said, "Don't those pine trees look pretty with snow on them?" And he looked at me and said, "Mom, all trees look pretty with snow on them." So, apparently, he no longer remembered John. I used to go to this old laundromat back when I lived in this apartment in 2011. There were no hookups in the apartment, just good old-fashioned community ones that were either always full of clothes when I tried to use them, or out of order. So, I just started going to a laundromat. That way I knew when my stuff was done, I didn't have to wait on others. In the beginning, I did like going there because, for being a laundromat, it was actually pretty chill. There was a variety of people there, old and young, people with kids, people alone. But everyone respected each other and their belongings. There was a mom that made her kids stay with her as they played at the table, refusing to let them run around the store, which was nice. Sometimes I brought my schoolwork there and did it while I was waiting. This may sound weird, but it wasn't what I was expecting. I was expecting the place to be like what you see in movies and on TV. Dirty, run down, some rickety old fan in the corner trying to cool off the entire store, maybe some shady people in there, but it wasn't like that at all. In fact, the owners seemed to try and steer any of that away from the store. It was a couple that ran the place, probably in their 50s or around there. I believe their names were Mike and Stacy, which I only found out based on their little printouts that they had at the front of the store on the bulletin board. It was like a meet the owners type of thing, but I think it may have been for complaints too. I remember one lady complaining about the machine not running its full cycle, and Stacy argued that it did and showed her the difference in settings. She asked for a manager, and Stacy pointed at the sign saying that she was the owner. Their little argument made me chuckle. Anyway, and that's how I knew their first names, but that was about all I really knew of them, other than they seemed to be pretty nice people. They had a coffee pot at the front of the store that I saw Mike visiting a lot. They had vending machines, but they also had a little snack bar set up by the coffee with some simple granola bars, single-serve candies, things like that. Again, not something I would have expected at a laundromat. I usually went there on Sunday mornings since it was the one day I had completely off from school or work. I got in around noon and would get settled into my normal routine. But there was one day that I came in and there was a guy sitting in my normal spot. It's probably the only reason I noticed him. But I liked that spot because it was in the corner of the building, but by one of the large windows, with machines right next to it, so I could keep an eye on my stuff as I switched my clothes out. I also liked it because I could see the back counter from that spot, which is why I saw their pictures and got to hear the conversations of other customers and the owners. So I was a little disappointed, but I took a table in that same row, but on the opposite end. I started the first load and went and sat back down and felt like I was being watched, so I looked up. The guy that was in my spot was staring at me, just watching me. He had his arms crossed and was just staring, until we finally locked eyes and he gave this little smirk. I immediately looked back down to my books and did my best to ignore him. He was there the entire time that my clothes were in the wash cycle until I saw Stacy standing behind the counter, also watching him. The guy apparently noticed, and he slowly got up, not grabbing any clothes, waved at her, and then left. Weird situation, but I was just glad he was gone. But the following Sunday, shortly after I arrived, he also showed up. I was in my normal spot, but he sat at the table across from me. So now he was even closer, and making me even more uncomfortable. I put in one of my earbuds and tried to drown him out and not look up as much as possible. I just wanted to get this over with and was hoping he would leave soon. And shortly after, He walked over to the vending machine and I heard him kick it, so I looked up. He then went to the coffee machine and started picking through the snack basket. I again looked back down until he walked back to his seat with a handful of candy bars. It looked like he had taken all of them. Once again, he slowly sat back down, and he slowly ate all of the candy that he grabbed, but he was throwing the wrappers on the floor, right in front of his spot. He may have been making me feel uncomfortable, but that really irked me. This was an adult we were talking about, so why was he doing that? But he stayed there for a good half hour since I was there at least that, and he watched everyone that came and went. There was an older lady that even started to do her laundry, but she kept looking at the guy until she actually left. I don't know if she ever came back for her clothes either. As I was waiting for my clothes to dry, Mike came out of the back, and I saw him angrily approach this guy. I was expecting him to say something about the wrappers or just loitering because he hadn't done any laundry either. He was here after me, and I didn't see him put anything in or take anything out the entire time. I paused my music, wanting to listen to what was being said. Much like the earlier conversation I mentioned, I'm nosy and just like to listen. Mike told the guy that he needed to pick up his mess and then leave. In a very sarcastic tone, the guy claimed he was there to do laundry, but Mike cut him off, saying that he was watching him and that he hadn't started a single load yet, and was only scaring the customers. The guy then laughed, like an actual laugh, and not a nervous laugh. Mike was a big guy. If I had to guess, I would say around 300 pounds and easily 6 foot. The guy that was in there was younger, maybe a little older than me, which at the time I was 22, but he wasn't much taller than me and I was barely over 5 foot. But this guy did not look worried in the slightest. Mike then told him that if he didn't leave, he would call the police. So, after a stare down that felt like forever, the guy got up, laughing once more and leaving his trash on the floor, walked out. He didn't take any clothes with him either. Mike watched him leave, picked up his trash, and then walked back to the counter. I didn't go that following week, partially because that guy made me nervous, and partially because I didn't have enough time anyway. So, the week after, I had a little extra to wash. I also knew that I wasn't going to have time that following Sunday, so I went early, Saturday instead, since I didn't work until later that evening. I got to the laundromat around 8 a.m. and there was only one person there at the time. I went to my spot and started loading the washer. As I pressed the loud buttons, I realized that the music that's usually playing was off. Just something I noticed, and I thought maybe it was because it was early or they forgot to turn it on. Then, as I waited, I went over to the coffee pot to make myself some since I was up early, but it was empty. But not just empty. It was like it was never made that day. It was empty and clean, and the machine was cold. I've come in earlier than 8, and it was always made. It wasn't a big deal, but it was still something I noticed, like the music. I went back to my spot, and as I sat down, something felt off. The coffee not being made, the music being off, the large blinds were still down on the windows, and the older lady that was there pointed out that the TV wasn't on either. Of course, she made a joke about missing the morning news, but it was strange. One of the owners was always there when I came in. There were a few other employees there, but one of them opened. I used to go there at opening and they would always greet me, so to not see them and everything being not normal, it just felt off. The whole atmosphere actually felt off. At one point, as I sat there with the machines running, I almost felt this overwhelming fear and I couldn't figure out why. I also didn't know what to do about it, so I just kept looking around and tried to keep myself calm. After about an hour, 2 more people showed up, and then an employee. One of the other people complained to the woman that came in about the coffee not being ready, and not knowing where the remote was. She said she would grab it from the back and then walked off. Not even 10 seconds later, all I heard was this blood-curdling scream. I jumped out of my seat, and the others in there all stopped what they were doing and looked toward the counter, where it came from. One of the guys slowly walked up to the counter, trying to walk toward the back when the employee came out screaming to call 911. I was frozen in place, not knowing what to do. The man ran to the back with her, and I heard someone on the phone by me. I felt terrible. I didn't know what was happening, and I just stood there. And then I just sat there waiting. For what? I have no idea. The paramedic showed up quickly and ran to the back with the stretcher. The rest of us stood there in this horrible silence just waiting. When they came out, the man and the employee had blood all over their arms, and the paramedics were pushing out a stretcher with Mike on it, with bloody towels and bandages all over him. His eyes were open, and his face was gray. For such a large guy, he looked so small and frail on that stretcher. It knocked the wind out of me seeing him like that. As they wheeled him out, a cop came in and asked all of us to stay there so they could take our statements. They started with the closest to the front, which was the bloody guy and the employee, and then another one started questioning the lady there. Then they got to me. They asked me if I saw or heard anything. I explained that when I got there, the older lady was the only person that I saw, but I did mention the irregularities with the coffee, the blinds, etc. They asked me for the times, wanting to know more specifics, and I was thankfully able to pinpoint it based on when I got there and the timer on the machine. But it was how he asked me and the lady multiple times. And you guys didn't see anything? I know that I didn't. Everything felt off, and now I know why, but I didn't see anything that would throw me off. At least, nothing making me feel like Mike was in the back bleeding out. I went home that afternoon and skipped class. I felt awful after that. We were there for a few hours, and all of us noticed the little things that were off, but didn't think to check the back or maybe call someone with the store, seemingly practically unattended. I remember sitting at home worrying if he was dead. I did find a news article about it, but it didn't give any names. It did say that the victim survived, which at least made me feel a little better. Then the rumors started coming out, as well as another local report about some kind of underground gambling hall going on that Mike may have been involved in, and that he may have been attacked for it. Now, all of this being rumored, of course, and not having any proof, it did make me think about the guy that showed up those few times I was there. He was not there to do any laundry, but the way that Mike got aggressive with him, and the way the man didn't seem fazed, it makes me wonder if it was related. I went back a few times after that, but I only saw Mike once. Stacy was usually there with two guys that wore the uniform shirts, so I assumed they were new employees. Possibly security in a way, but it was too weird for me. I still had this internal guilt for not doing anything for him. I know that we didn't know he was back there, but the fact that he was dying within feet of us is not a good feeling. I should have called a non-emergency line, or maybe looked for a number for the owners. I should have trusted my gut, but I didn't, and I've had to live with that. Just a heads up, this is a research piece, so just FYI. This one actually came in some time ago from a viewer suggestion. It's taken a bit to get to it, but here we are finally. Just from initial research, I can tell you that this case is quite disturbing and does talk about familicide and spree murder. If these topics are too much for you, I suggest that you skip listening to this one. That being said, let's take a look at this disturbing case. Ronald Gene Simmons was born in 1940 in Chicago, Illinois, to Loretta and William Simmons. In 1943, his father died of a stroke. Within a year, his mother had remarried an Army Corps engineer by the name of William D. Griffin. In 1946, Griffin was transferred to Little Rock, Arkansas. This move would mark the beginning of many such relocations all over central Arkansas. By the age of 10, Simmons had gained a reputation as a bully in his family, as he often tormented his younger half-brother Pete and sister Nancy. Later on, Pete would recall that once he had a family of his own, Simmons would inflict the same kinds of torment upon his own children. He had this way of exploiting any kind of perceived weakness. He also had a habit of being abusive towards animals as well. One of his sister-in-laws would recount that Simmons was always quick to anger and definitely an egocentric individual. His parents tried to rein in his behavior, often sending him away to live with family friends during the summers and even enrolling Simmons in a Catholic boarding school. Despite their best efforts to reform the boy's behavior, he only continued to escalate. In 1957, Simmons would drop out of high school and enlisted with the United States Navy. While stationed in Guam, he would earn his GED, and that's General Education Diploma. In 1959, he was relocated to the Naval Hospital at Naval Station Bremerton in Washington. It was while attending a USO event he would meet Bersabe Rebecca, Becky Ulibarri. The pair would be married in 1960 in Raton, New Mexico. They would have 7 children over the next 18 years. In 1962, Simmons would leave the Navy, and later on, in 1963, he would enlist in the USAF. Eventually, he was assigned to the AFOSI, that's Air Force Office of Special Investigations. In 1966, he would be promoted to the rank of Staff Sergeant. He would volunteer for a tour in Vietnam in 1967, in exchange for a guaranteed billet with AFOSI in Saigon. He was assigned to AFOSI Personnel Investigations Division, and he would be in Vietnam for about a year until 1968, including during that Tet Offensive early that year. He was a decorated veteran that, during his 20-year career, earned a Bronze Star, the Republic of Vietnam Gallantry Cross, and the Air Force Small Arms Expert Marksman Ribbon. In 1979, Simmons would retire from service at the rank of Master Sergeant. During his service, Simmons maintained an exemplary service record with a spotless record of behavior. At some point, his wife, Becky, revealed that Simmons' mother had warned her repeatedly about what Simmons was like. Quote, "But I didn't listen." Over time, he began to dominate and control nearly every aspect of Becky's behavior. He made her stop wearing makeup and keep her hair tied back. She was to wear long dresses and was completely isolated. To begin with, he would allow her to write to her family, but later on he would deny her any stamps to mail her letters, and this forced her to ask other people to mail her letters in secret. Simmons even refused to let Becky get a driver's license, which further isolated her and kept her from access to the mail, by using distant P.O. boxes to censor the family's mail and restrict their access to it. Simmons even convinced Becky that she, quote, deserved what she got. He also denied Becky having a telephone in the house, and when she made calls from elsewhere, he was always hovering nearby, monitoring her and what she said. After his discharge from the military in 1981, Simmons was investigated for child SA. And, ultimately, for allegedly impregnating his 17-year-old daughter, Sheila. Later on, it was revealed that Simmons' son, R. Gene Simmons Jr., was the person that had initially alerted authorities and did so multiple times over the next few weeks after the first report on April 17th of 1981. Upon further investigation, they got corroborating statements from Sheila's friends and even officials from the school. Within 3 days of the initial report, a caseworker was sent to speak with Sheila privately, who confirmed that she was, indeed, pregnant with her father's child. Reportedly, the first instance of the abuse occurred in 1980 in a hotel room in Phoenix, while the pair were traveling from New Mexico to California for a coin show. Simmons loved coin collecting, and Sheila only pretended to enjoy it in order to please her father. On April 21st, one of the assistant Otero County prosecutors was made aware of the charges, and under threat of prosecution, Simmons agreed to psychological counseling for the entire family. The social worker later reported that during their investigation, 2 more instances of SA were uncovered in September of 1980. In March of 1981, Sheila became aware she was pregnant and she told her father. On June 17th of 1981, she gave birth to a daughter whom she named Sylvia. In that same year, a social services report stated that social workers sought to gain custody of all 4 of Simmons' daughters after the man insisted that they would raise Sylvia. The report also said that it told the DA to seek custody of the children, but he later claimed that the ADA never relayed the request to him. Sheila's school principal, among others, made reports that when they saw Sheila and Simmons riding around together, that she was often sitting much too close to him, more like a couple than father and daughter. After 5 weeks of counseling, the family stopped going once Simmons heard from his lawyer that anything he said to social workers could be used against him in court. Deputy Jeff Farmer was assigned to investigate on behalf of the county sheriff's department, and on June 20th he made his first visit to the Simmons household, where he spoke to both Sheila and her mother Becky. Sheila refused to make any kind of statement or comment on the abuse, nor would her mother Becky. Farmer's investigation would end after he spoke to R. Gene Simmons Jr., and the boy refused to make any comment on the abuse to his sister. However, 2 months after the birth of Sylvia, the Otero County Court decided to charge Simmons with 3 counts of incest, engaged in during September of 1980. However, when they arrived at the family's home near Cloudcroft, they discovered that the family had packed up and moved from the area. Simmons relocated the family to Arkansas, where the family lived in a 5-bedroom mobile home. 2 of the bedrooms were under an extended roof, where they had inoperable heat or air conditioning. Their only source of heat came from a wood-burning stove in the family room, and only 1 bedroom had a window unit for air conditioning. The toilet was inoperable, and so the family made use of 2 nearby outhouses. There was also a non-working phone in the home, which Simmons would not have hooked up, because he didn't want the family to have uncontrolled contact with the outside world. Their home was also surrounded by a makeshift privacy fence that was as tall as 10 feet in places. Simmons also made his family dig a new privy pit just weeks before Christmas, where he would later dispose of some of their bodies. With all of this quite horrible stuff laid out, I have to tell you that we've only scratched the surface, and the worst is yet to come, so brace yourselves. By the time we were in the run-up to the horrors that were to come, many members of the immediate family had left the property. Gene Jr. had relocated to New Mexico, where he had gotten married and had a daughter. And Sheila had moved out of the house with her daughter Sylvia and had also gotten married. Simmons' other son, William, had moved to Russellville after landing a full-time position at a Hardee's there and being promoted to shift manager. Later on, investigators would conclude that, for weeks, Simmons had been plotting to kill his entire family, and he had plans to do so over the Christmas holiday, as he knew that that was the small window of time where they would all be gathered together. Simmons would begin his spree on December 22nd, when he bludgeoned his wife Becky and oldest son Gene Jr., and then shot them in the head with his .22 caliber pistol. But not stopping there, he would go on to asphyxiate his 3-year-old granddaughter Brenda before disposing of their bodies in the freshly dug pit. But he was still not finished, as he then waited for his other children to arrive home for Christmas break. Loretta, 17, Eddie, 14, Mary Ann, 11, and Becky, 8, were separated once they got home and were strangled by Simmons. He also submerged their heads in a large drum of water in the non-functional bathroom to make sure they were all not breathing before he dumped them into the pit with their mother and oldest brother. They never even had a chance to get out of their school clothes, and one of the girls even had gum in her mouth. The only one that is believed to have fought back is Loretta, who had defensive wounds on her arms and markings on her face, consistent with being punched at least twice. One of her earrings and her watch were also broken in the struggle. But Simmons still was not finished. After killing all of the family that lived in the home or were visiting the home for the holidays, he began planning his trip to Russellville to finish his murderous spree. His spree would pick up again on December 26th of 1987. The other members of the family arrived, including his son Billy and his wife Renata, and their son Trey, who was just a few months shy of his second birthday. His daughter Sheila, her husband Dennis McNulty, Sheila's daughter Sylvia, 7, and his other grandson Michael, also short of his second birthday. Billy and Renata were the first to die when they were shot to death. Simmons then drowned Trey. Sheila and Dennis were the next to be shot to death before strangling both Sylvia and Michael. He laid all the bodies out in a nice row in the lounge and covered them all with coats, except Sheila, who was covered with Becky's best tablecloth. Trey and Michael were wrapped in blankets and left in an abandoned car at the end of the road. On the first Monday after the Christmas holiday, December 28th, Simmons took 2 of his .22 caliber pistols and $250 cash and left the house. He put the cash in an envelope and posted it to his mother-in-law with a note that said, "Dear Ma, sometimes you reap many, many more times what you sow. This is just a little token of our appreciation. Keep it in remembrance of us. Love, Gene." He took off for Russellville in a Toyota Corolla that belonged to Gene Jr. At some point along the way, he mailed a letter to his mother-in-law and sent 2 nearly identical letters to different aunts. Once he made it to Russellville, his first target was Kathy Cribbins Kendrick at the law office where she worked, Peel, Eddy, and Gibbons. Simmons had been infatuated with her since they had been co-workers at Woodline Motor Freight Company. He'd been rejected by her, and now, in revenge for the slight, the family annihilator walked into her work and shot her 4 times in the head. From the law office, he went to an oil company a few blocks away to kill his former employer, Russell Taylor, but only wounded him, although he did murder a firefighter and delivery driver of Taylor's named James David Chaffin. Chaffin was a stranger to Simmons and had just come from a car fire when he encountered Simmons and was shot. Next on the trail of carnage was the downtown Russellville mini-mart, where he shot the store owner David Salyer in the head and clerk Roberta Willery in the jaw. From here he went to his old place of employment, Woodline Motor Freight Company, where he shot his former supervisor Joyce Butts. After which he ordered an employee named Vicky Jackson at gunpoint to call the police, saying, quote, "I've come to do what I want to do. It's all over now. I've gotten everyone that wanted to hurt me." Now, from here, since this has gotten so long and I'm really sick of writing about this guy and saying his name, we'll skip all the trial and stuff because this would be a 2-hour-long script, and I just don't have that in me. In short, he wanted the death penalty and waived his rights to appeal, and on June 25th of 1990, he was executed by lethal injection. By the end of the spree, 16 people were dead, 4 severely injured. And of course, we're going to end this by naming the victims of the savage and senseless murder spree, to have their names be the last thing stated in this case, and not his. Bersabe Rebecca Becky Simmons, Ronald Gene Simmons Jr., Barbara Simmons, Loretta Simmons, Eddie Simmons, Marianne Simmons, Rebecca Becky Simmons, his 8-year-old daughter, William Billy Simmons, Renata Lynn May Simmons, William H. Trey Simmons, Sheila Simmons McNulty, Dennis McNulty, Michael McNulty, Sylvia Gale McNulty, Kathy Cribbins Kendrick, James David Chaffin. May they all rest in peace. So this happened to my friend Rachel and I back in 2021. Things were just starting to get back to normal, and we hadn't been able to hang out as much as we used to, so we finally made plans. We were going to get stuff to make pizza at her place and just watch movies and craft all night. Unfortunately, Rachel started feeling ill that Friday morning, so she said that she would monitor how she was and let me know. I was supposed to go over there that night, but she texted me later that afternoon saying that she was feeling like garbage, and that it was best that we cancel. Just to be sure. I told her it was no problem to take care of herself and keep me posted on how she was doing. She didn't know what it was, explaining how she'd had a headache the previous night and was now feeling sick, but she didn't want me over in case it was contagious, and I agreed. Shortly after, I called my mom for our normal weekly talks that we'd had. I told her I was going to Rachel's, so we were going to skip this time, but I went ahead and called her since she had canceled. Most weeks, those calls end up being an hour long or so. We just catch up on what's going on at home, work for me, or the latest drama happening in her book club. She'll let me talk to my dad for a bit, and then back to her. It was a pretty normal call for us. The call lasted a little over an hour, and when we hung up, I got a notification on my phone for a voicemail. I thought it was strange because I hadn't missed a call. There was no call that popped up. I swiped it away, at first thinking it was just a notification for the app and not from an actual call. I didn't think about it very long because my initial logic was that I had no missed calls, so no reason that I would have a voicemail from someone. But then shortly after, as I was making myself something to eat, I got the notification for the voicemail again. Since I was waiting on the microwave, I finally opened the voicemail app, and that's when the weird things started. The voicemail, according to the app, came in while I was on my phone with my mom. And it was from my phone number. Like I had called myself and left a voicemail. Clearly that wasn't possible, especially so when I was actively on a call with my mother. I looked over the number carefully, just to make sure that I wasn't filling things in, like a number off or two numbers being transposed, but it was my exact number. I stared at it trying to process how that was possible. I know how numbers can be spoofed and whatnot, but what would be the point of calling the person with the number that you're spoofing? It didn't make sense to me. Curiosity got the best of me, so I listened to the voicemail anyway to see what it could possibly have been. First, the audio quality was not the best. It was weirdly muffled, like the person was calling from inside a closet or under a blanket. So I started thinking that it was a pocket dial. And there was some rustling, heavy breathing, and then I heard a familiar voice. Feeling absolute garbage. I knew that voice from anywhere. It was Rachel. When she wasn't feeling good, she liked to say that a lot too. And her text message that she had sent me earlier that day was that she was feeling like absolute garbage. Yet here I was listening to a voicemail with her voice about feeling like absolute garbage from my phone number. How was that even possible? The only difference was that the voice sounded a little more desperate than her text conveyed. It was like she was struggling to speak in the call, and I only heard pieces of it between the muffled sounds. Whereas the text was very Rachel. Girl, I'm feeling like absolute garbage. I played it a few more times, and it only made me more confident in determining that it was Rachel. I went to my call log, and there were no missed calls before, during, or after the call with my mom, and certainly not from my own number, nor Rachel's. It was definitely bizarre, but I just chalked it up to some kind of weird technical glitch. Maybe somehow Rachel's text was converted to a call or an audio file. Maybe it was some kind of feature I didn't know about. I'm not a complete computer genius, so it was possible in my mind. Whatever it was, I just decided not to overthink it and went about my evening. Around 10 p.m., I found myself scrolling through my phone and that voicemail caught my attention. So I went and listened to it again. This time I noticed some things that I had missed before. Like in the background, there was a faint beeping sound and it was in the same pattern. Then I noticed what sounded like breathing. There was the shuffling that I had heard, but I'm pretty sure that part of it was hard breathing. It still didn't seem real, but I thought that it wouldn't hurt to check in on her. So I texted her, as we did for most of our conversations, and brought up the weird voicemail that I got, saying how it was weird. Then I asked her how she was feeling and even offered to pick her up something that she needed. I didn't get a response from her, but it also wasn't a complete surprise, since she was sick and it was going on 11 p.m. I assumed that she was probably asleep, and that made me feel better. Maybe she could at least sleep through it. So I went to bed and told myself to check in with her the next morning. Saturday morning, I woke up around 6 a.m., and when I checked my phone, she had not responded to me yet. I didn't think it was weird, thinking maybe she took something and was still out. So I sent her another text that morning saying, "Hope you're feeling better," and to let me know if she needed anything, and then I took a shower. After I got dressed and started making myself some coffee, I checked my phone again, and still, nothing from her. I started to get concerned, because if she had gotten any worse, would she even be cognizant enough to get her phone and respond? Or even, was she not near her phone? I tried calling just to be sure. I felt bad as it rang, not wanting to wake her if that was the case, but not only did she not answer, it went straight to voicemail, like her phone was powered off. That was definitely unusual for her. She used her phone for her work, so she never let it die, and I could think of no other reason her phone would have been off. The problem is, I didn't know who else to call. I lived about an hour away, and I was hoping to find someone that was closer to her that could get there before I could. Her only sibling lived in another state. She was estranged from her mother, and her father was older and wheelchair-bound, so it's not like he could run over there real quick to check on her. I didn't know any of her neighbors, and especially didn't have their numbers. The only way I had to contact her by was through her boyfriend. The only problem with that is that they'd been only dating for less than a year at the time, and I certainly didn't know him well enough to have his phone number. We were, however, friends on Facebook, so I looked him up and messaged him. I'd asked him if he had heard from her because she wasn't responding to me, and how she had been feeling sick the day prior. He actually responded pretty quickly, saying he had last heard from her the previous night as well, and that he was also just getting a voicemail. He said that he was heading over there to check on her then, and I was so relieved. I gave him my number and asked him to have her call or text me, or at least keep me posted on what was happening, and he agreed. An hour passed, and I still had not heard from either of them. And since we swapped numbers, I texted her boyfriend and asked if everything was alright, and he didn't respond. Now, I was really getting worried. When he didn't respond after about half an hour, I actually called him, feeling like some crazy paranoid friend. When he answered, his voice was low, but I could also hear the stress in his voice. I asked him what was going on, and to my surprise, he said he was at the hospital with Rachel. He told me that she didn't answer the door when he arrived, and since he had a spare key, like I did, he let himself in. That's when he found her unconscious on her living room floor. Her phone in the kitchen was dead. He said that he called 911 immediately, and when they came out, they started doing tests. One of them pulled out a tester that he didn't know what it was at the time, and that's when one of them mentioned the carbon monoxide levels were extremely high, and that they all needed to get out of there immediately. He didn't even have time to get Rachel's phone, which was a problem because he was trying to get her dad's number. Thankfully, I had it and told him I would call her dad so he could stay with her. But what really bothered me was that the paramedics told him that she was lucky he showed up when he did, because much longer and it likely would have been fatal. I was in shock. It explained why she wasn't feeling well, and it could have started with the headache she had on Thursday night. But then I started piecing the timeline of events together. She had a headache Thursday night, started feeling sick Friday morning, and canceled because of how bad she was feeling. It came on so quick that we both figured it was just a stomach bug or maybe a bad migraine causing her to feel ill. Knowing Rachel, she probably hadn't charged her phone yet, and that's why it died, because at some point on Friday night she had passed out nowhere near it. I rushed out of my house to head to the hospital to see her, and when I talked to her, her timeline matched up too. She said that she was feeling really dizzy and nauseous, so she went to grab some water, as she had been lounging on the couch since it was the quickest access to the kitchen and bathroom. Her room was upstairs. She didn't realize how low her phone was or that she had left it in the kitchen, but she remembered walking back to the living room. That's when the room started spinning and her body felt really heavy. And then she woke up in the hospital. But it was the time that really struck me. The weird voicemail I got was about the same time that she mentioned she would have passed out. She was comparing the times based on what was on TV and what all she had done, and it fit. Somehow, I got a voicemail from my phone number of her voice around the time she would have passed out or right before. After I got to the hospital and talked to her about what all happened, I asked her if she saw the message I sent about the voicemail, and she hadn't. So I shared it with her. I even let her listen to it. She was just as shocked as I was. That was definitely her voice, but she said that she had not called me that night. We both thought that it was pretty freaky, and I had this horrible sense of guilt wash over me. This was definitely some bizarre event, but what if it was supposed to be some kind of warning or call for help? What if her boyfriend had never gone over to check on her? What if I still went over there that night? Would it have affected me too? Thankfully, they were able to identify where it was coming from. It was the water heater. There was a crack in it, and apparently it finally broke when Rachel had taken a shower Thursday night. She was living in an older rental house, and the landlord didn't have any CO2 detectors installed, which would have caught this. I also think that's what the beeping was in the voicemail, as a way of warning me of it, and I didn't really think of that or catch on to it. It was reported, of course, and the landlord was pretty crappy and wanted to take his time getting it repaired, so Rachel just moved out and in with her boyfriend instead. That was their plan when her lease was up anyways. But since this happened, we've both agreed that the voicemail had to have been some kind of warning. We joked that we were so in tune with each other that maybe our phones were too. And then we thought, what if in another timeline we didn't check on her in time, so she was left to die alone? Maybe it was a cry for help to not let it happen again? Otherwise, we have no explanation for that voicemail. I have since gotten a new phone, and while I refused to delete that voicemail, it unfortunately did not transfer over with the new phone. What's worse is I didn't even think about it before I reset my old phone, so now it appears to have been lost for good. Or maybe it is out there somewhere, waiting to be the push another version of me or someone else may need to check on Rachel. College is a huge time in the lives of those fortunate enough to attend it. For a lot of people, it's their first time out on their own in the world. They make friends, build bonds, and begin finding out just who they are and what their role in the world is going to be. Many people think of their college years as some of the best and happiest of their lives. It's still young enough to be carefree and uninhibited, but just mature enough to handle their responsibilities. Well, in some cases, not so much. Sadly, that was not the case for 4 young University of Idaho students. For them, things would have a far more tragic end. Madison Maddie Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves had grown up together and had been best friends since their childhood. They had rented an off-campus home with 3 other female students, Xana Kernodle, Dylan Mortensen, and Bethany Funk. The 21-year-old Maddie was a marketing major and holding down a part-time job at a restaurant called the Mad Greek. Kaylee, also 21, was majoring in general studies and was set to graduate a semester early the following month, with a job lined up with an IT company in Dallas. Xana, age 20, was majoring in marketing and also worked at the Mad Greek alongside Maddie. Ethan Chapin, 20, was majoring in recreation, sport, and tourism management. He was also a triplet and was the boyfriend of Xana. For these 4 young people, tragedy would strike on November 22nd, 2022. All 5 of the housemates were in the house by 2 a.m., plus Xana's boyfriend. At 4 a.m., Xana received a DoorDash order, and at 4:12 a.m., she was on TikTok, which suggests that she was awake when the intruder made his presence known. This also gives us a bit of a timeline because police suspect that the 4 murders occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. The closest we have to any kind of first-hand account is from Dylan Mortensen. Dylan says that she had been asleep in her room on the 2nd floor when she was awoken by loud noises from the 3rd floor. Dylan explained to the police that she had initially thought it was just Kaylee and her dog making noise. A bit later on, she said that she heard someone saying something, and she thought it was Kaylee saying something like, "There's someone here." But when she looked out her door into the hallway, she saw nothing and nobody. Minutes later, she heard what sounded like someone crying from Xana's room. Upon opening her door, again, Dylan heard an unfamiliar male voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Opening the door a 3rd time, she saw the intruder clad in black and wearing a mask that covered his mouth. The unknown man was walking toward her, and Dylan said she froze in fear as he got closer. To her surprise, he walked right past her and exited out a sliding door located in the kitchen. Dylan later told detectives that she did not call 911 right away because she was intoxicated and in denial. At 4:26, Dylan left her room and joined their other roommate, Bethany. She saw Xana lying face down on the floor in her room, and Dylan said she thought she was just intoxicated. When they still had not heard from their housemates the next morning, they called other friends over to help. And shortly after arriving, one of the friends found Ethan and Xana in her room. Neither of them had a pulse. He ushered the other ones out of the house, and Bethany called 911. By that afternoon, all 4 students had been declared dead, and the crime was brutal. Kaylee was stabbed more than 20 times, as well as injuries that suggested blunt force trauma and asphyxiation. Xana had more than 50 stab wounds. Many of them were defensive wounds, which means the young woman put up one hell of a fight for her life. Around the time of the murders, security cameras showed a white or light-colored Hyundai Elantra in the area. Investigators noted that it made multiple passes of the neighborhood the victims lived in, and this led them to begin sifting through over 22,000 records of owners of Hyundai Elantras manufactured between 2011 and 2013. Another surveillance camera caught the same vehicle past the victim's house 3 times, beginning around 3:30 a.m. At 4:06, the car returned a 4th time, and by 4:20, the car was seen speeding away from the area. Now, unfortunately, I have to say the name of the person that was convicted of these atrocious crimes. And yes, even speaking it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. This led police in nearby Pullman, Washington, a nearby college town, to begin investigating 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger, who was attending Washington State University as a PhD student and teaching assistant. Kohberger had quite the list of academic accomplishments and had several degrees, including a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's in criminal justice. Part of how they decided Kohberger was a person of interest in the crime was how often his cell phone had been pinging the cell tower closest to the home of the 4 victims, over a dozen times in the months before the crime. When the police recovered a knife sheath from Maddie's bed that had traces of male DNA on it, initially the police were working with the forensic genealogy company Othram, but by December 10th, when potential relatives to the suspect declined to speak with Othram or authorities, the FBI stopped working with the company and took over the investigation themselves. They then immediately turned over to the companies MyHeritage and GED Match. These companies had the DNA of people who had not opted into being part of the law enforcement search databanks, and the police began to pull from that pool despite it being a Justice Department decree that law enforcement only use DNA from databases that provide explicit notice to the users that law enforcement may use the services of their site. Despite the incredibly moral gray area, this did prove to be a windfall for the case. As in previous searches through Othram, they had only found people that shared 70.7 centimorgans of DNA, which is said to be the equivalent of sharing a great-great-grandparent. But once they started using the other databases, regardless of legality, they found a match that shared 250 centimorgans of DNA. This, of course, meant that they had found a much, much closer relative. Within days of this, the police had Koberger's parents' home under surveillance. It was during this surveillance that police noticed Koberger wearing surgical gloves and placing numerous bags of trash into his neighbor's bin. They also witnessed him cleaning the car inside and out, not missing an inch of area. Objects from the trash bins were sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. After a search of the home, investigators found a knife, pistol, and a face mask, as well as ID cards inside a glove in a box. Finally, on December 30th, Koberger was arrested by police while at his parents' home. Once the legal proceedings began, the defense lawyer for Koberger stated that his client had been diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, although the judge stated that he had witnessed no odd behavior and that Koberger gave all signs of being high-functioning. The judge prohibited the jury from hearing any testimony on an autism diagnosis unless Koberger himself took the stand. On January 3rd, 2023, Koberger agreed to be extradited back to Idaho. While he was in jail in his home state of Pennsylvania, he had been held without bail, and once sent back to Moscow, Idaho, he was again held without bail. After months of legal proceedings in May of 2023, when Koberger appeared in court, he refused to offer any sort of plea, and the judge entered a not guilty plea for him. On September 9th, 2024, Koberger was granted a change of venue and transferred to Ada County for the trial. On June 30th, 2025, Koberger agreed to a plea deal in which he pled guilty to all 5 felony charges leveled against him. That's 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of burglary, in exchange for the death penalty being taken off the table. He would also give up the right to all appeals, which would mean that he would be in prison until the day he dies. Now, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm really tired of saying this guy's name, so we're going to move on to the closing of this one by once again remembering the victims of this monster's carnage. 4 young people who most certainly did not earn such a horrific end. Madison Maddie Mogan, 21, Kaylee Gonsalves, 21, Xana Kernodle, 20, and Ethan Chapin, 20. May they rest in peace. Dear Raven, may I first take this opportunity to thank you sincerely for providing a judgment-free home for the weird, phenomenal, paranormal, unexplainable, odd, and glitchy true stories. Of course, thank you for listening. In doing so, you've given so many people confirmations, validations, and what I believe to be most important, you've given us all a place where we can finally feel like we belong. I'm grateful and sense that you have finally given my truth a voice. I have another Ozark's Oracle story for you. This is the story that brought me to the conclusion that my life was fated to be different than most, and that the word normal would never describe me or my daily life. I was quite young at the time. The year was 1990 or 1991. I believe I was 17, and I still remember every detail of what happened, along with the intense physical sensations, sounds, and sights of the night with extreme clarity. It was mid-October. I had lived in Springfield, Missouri for less than a year. I'd grown up in a very small rural town, and being in a metropolitan area was still quite new to me. And due to the small town phenomenon of everyone knowing everyone, I was dating a guy who was cousins of one of my closest friends from the small town who had recently moved to Springfield from his small town home with his parents. I also had a few cousins living in Springfield at the time. It's a college town and the biggest city in the Ozarks, so people tend to move there after high school looking for work and independence, which is what had brought me there as well. One of my cousins, Kim, had invited my boyfriend Doug and I over for a party. In doing so, she indicated that she wanted to introduce me to her pets. and that my boyfriend could see them too. When I gave her a puzzled look, she tells me that her pets, or rather the pets of her now husband, Aaron, are a mated pair of timber wolves. Yes, in a quiet neighborhood on the east side of the city, my crazy-ass cousin had not one but two fully grown apex predators behind a chain-link fence, of all things. I say this because I've owned several dogs smart enough to literally unstitch the stuff. I knew immediately that she meant it as some sort of honor that I was selected to meet her pets. That's just how the hillbilly culture works. If a person shares some secret activity, possession, project, or alternative / cheaper means, it indicates trust and respect. And this sort of gesture is expected to be met with warm appreciation, but I was confounded, wondering if I indeed had to let my jaw hit the floor when she so casually said this. She even laughed as she told me how they had to buy a 10-foot tall section of chain link, bury it 3 foot, and include a chain link covering over the backyard as well, just in order to keep them from escaping. Noting that now was a good time for me to meet them because they were not currently separated due to the breeding cycle of the female. My boyfriend and I both hit her with a barrage of questions, but agreed to accept her invitation, curious to see these wolves for ourselves. As it turned out, the night of the party, dark, ominous clouds had rolled into the area, and the entire city was under a severe thunderstorm warning, with widespread lightning strikes said to be lighting up the sky from early evening into the next day. Believe it or not, my cousin was excited that it would be storming the night of her party, because she, her husband, and their crowd were all heavy metal fans, and they believed they could play their music much louder without disturbing the neighbors amidst the sounds of the thunderstorm. It made sense to me, so I tried to embrace the same vibe. That evening, I put on my blackest eyeliner, a concert t-shirt, and jeans, but left my hair in a ponytail. No need to waste hairspray on a rainy night. I was excited to see Doug pull up at 6 p.m. We made the short drive to my cousin's from the central part to the east side, and Doug parked his 5-speed blue Pontiac Grand Am parallel on the street in front of her house, in a neighborhood of brick houses, all upper-middle-class places that did not appear at all like a place where someone could keep a hold of 2 apex predators in the backyard, without anyone noticing. I decided not to question it, believing my cousin had some large shepherd mixed dogs back there and not actual wolves. We walked to the door, hearing loud metal music already blaring and loud off-key howling coming from inside the house. That was clearly coming from the people inside, not timberwolves. And so Doug and I look at each other and shrug with smiles, and as we do, lightning flashes bright across the sky in the west. We have time to give each other a verbal woo before he knocks on the door, and we chuckle. The moment my cousin opens the door, the loud boom of thunder finally sounds, and we're all startled. We go inside and tell them about the cool lightning and thunder that seemed to be timed perfectly with our entrance. We weren't familiar with terms like synchronicities at the time, and I still believed coincidences were possible. In hearing about the streak lightning, and how long it took to thunder, my cousin-in-law Aaron says now would be a great time to watch a lightning show. The saying we all wholeheartedly believed in was that after a lightning strike, you could count the seconds until it thunders, and that's how many miles away the storm is from your location. He watched the lightning outside and counted, waiting for the thunder, and said that the storm was still more than 10 miles away, and we could watch it moving west to east across the city best from the rooftop. It was not yet raining, so the roof wouldn't be slick, and it would be an amazing light show with Metallica's Ride the Lightning playing in the background. We all agreed to this like the reckless heathens that we were, and waited for Aaron to load the CD before fetching us a ladder from the backyard to access the front roof. Once he returned with the ladder, and the group of all 8 of us lined up to follow Aaron outside, that's when Kim grabbed my elbow to hold me back and say, "Wait, you have to meet the wolves first." "Oh, okay. I'd almost forgotten with all the excitement about the storm," I replied. I followed her from the living room through the kitchen and out a sliding glass door into a huge backyard with an in-ground pool, an unusually high privacy fence, and to my astonishment, Along the north side was a chain link enclosure with two enormous wolves pacing. There's just no mistaking them for domestic dog breeds. These were definitely wolves. Knowing more about them now, I'd guess they were gray wolves, but they were scary big. Both dark in color with glowing yellow eyes that flashed red in the lightning. In the half second, I locked eyes with the larger of the two and I felt him look right through me. And then heard a deep, raspy male voice say, "Witch," in a drawn-out whisper. As I forced myself to look away and break eye contact, all the hair on the back of my neck stood up and the slightly smaller female wolf began howling. The sound was so hauntingly familiar. I felt its resonance deep inside my chest and my body began to tingle all over. Then, the other started howling too, and I blurted out, "Peace, sister, peace, brother." And they both fell silent and laid down. My cousin then grabs me at the elbow again and says, "I knew they would like you. You've always had a way with dogs. I don't usually get this close to them without Aaron." It's at this time that I realize that we're standing maybe 6 inches outside the enclosure, but I could have sworn that I had only taken a step or two at the most outside the back door before I froze in place at the sight of these things. Seriously, it's breathtaking. And I remember thinking in that moment of realization, my God, these things could kill us both. All of a sudden, I turn around and run toward the house, hearing Kim running behind me. She's always been faster and gets to the sliding glass door ahead of me, where she gives me a stern look while putting her index finger to her lips, making a shush sign. We walk in calmly like nothing happened and join the procession out the front door, as if we were with the group the entire time. I'm wondering how it could have taken this long for 6 people to get out the front yard, when thunder crashes loudly and a couple of people start voicing concerns about safety. Doug, trying to fit in, speaks up and says that he's going up the ladder first, since the storm came in with us, so I say I'm second. We climb the ladder to the cheers of our host and the other guests. Aaron quickly follows, the other couple, Shanna, my cousin's best friend and her boyfriend, Ryan follows, and then Kim. I'm standing in front of Doug with his arms around me from behind, waiting to see the lightning, and then whisper to him quickly that there really are 2 wolves in the backyard. He chuckled a, "Yeah, sure." And I shot him the, "I'm so serious right now" look. He then shrugged his shoulders and says, "That was amazing." Lightning had just sent streaks in 3 directions. The thunder followed less than 10 seconds away, though. The storm clouds were blackening as we watched, and the darkness wasn't creeping in. It was speeding toward us. I'd been counting the seconds after each lightning strike. When I counted to 3, I announced that 3 miles away was close enough for me, and that I could see and smell the rain coming. "I'm getting down now," I said, and without thinking, I ran to the opposite side of the roof to look for the ladder. About the time I climb onto the ladder, I realized that we all climbed up on the other side, but I started climbing down anyways. I had gotten down far enough that my head was just below the roof line when Aaron appears at the top and yells, "Get down that ladder, cousin, we're all coming down too." After everyone had gotten inside safely, the rain started pouring like a switch was flipped on, and then the next lightning strike and thunderclap were simultaneous and hit the house. We all stood in a collective silence, until the next lightning strike flashed through the dark house, and Kim started flicking her Bic lighter to see her way into the kitchen in search of emergency candles. When she returned with a few lit candles, we all found seats and were trying to catch our breath, excitedly chatting about our close call. Kim sets down the candles and asks me, "How did you know where the ladder was?" "You all remember we climbed up in the front yard, right?" Everyone agreed. I didn't know how to answer, but I replied with a shoulder shrug and said, "I don't know, I was scared and ran away from the direction of the threat." I followed that immediately with, "Hey, let's smoke some," to change the subject, and take all the questioning eyes off me. Doug quickly pulled out a doobie and fired it up. Please remember that we didn't have terms like glitch in the Matrix in the early 1990s, and we were neck deep in the Bible Belt. and I'd been wearing a label of weirdo and freak since childhood because of unexplained and paranormal events often occurring in my presence, regardless of where I was or who I was with. At the time, I was still uncomfortable with and often embarrassed by the strange occurrences in my life, and what I would later come to know as my many gifted abilities. I used marijuana to hide from them, and myself, at the time. I later learned to utilize its calming effects as a meditation aid. I believe it's especially helpful to achieve meditative states for those of us with noisy heads. If you know, you know. The 8 of us puffed and passed, and while we did, I whispered to Doug that I was ready to leave. Once we finished, Doug and I told the group we were going for a cruise to continue watching the lightning storm and grab a bite to eat. We hit the closest fast food place and headed east, the direction of the storm was moving, in search of a secluded place to park. We were teenagers and we wanted to make out, too. We didn't drive long and arrived in an area known as Valley Water Mill, a man-made waterfall on the southeast edge of Springfield Lake that I believe was constructed by the water department. We parked facing northwest and pulled out our takeout. While we ate and chatted, the rain stopped, but the frequent lightning streaking across the sky hadn't stopped, and we started talking about it. We both made statements that neither of us had ever seen so much lightning in a single storm, that it had only been a few hours and it felt like there had been several hundred, if not 1,000 strikes. And then I heard it. It was a loud humming noise at first. Then it got louder and became a clear buzz noise. As I asked Doug if he can hear it too, the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and then I feel as if all my hair is standing on end, and I can feel this deep buzz noise in my chest like an intense vibration. I blurt out in almost a shout, "It's coming from over here!" I turned my head to look out my window, and in that instant, fire shot out of the ground above the window line. Not but maybe 10 inches away. And in the blink of an eye, lightning struck the exact spot. Doug and I both screamed as it struck, and the thunder came instantly. He dropped his Grand Am into first and punched the gas. I hadn't turned my gaze from the passenger window when I felt the car jerk into motion, and as I turned to face the front, we see a huge snow-white owl in front of us. Wings spread wider than our windshield, but with no time to react on wet streets, Doug couldn't stop. And we ended up hitting this magnificent creature. I remember the sense of awe that it felt like it wrapped itself around me at the sight of the owl, and how it felt as if time slowed down. And it took several long minutes for us to drive into the owl, but I knew that it all had happened in seconds. The owl had met the windshield and fell immediately onto the hood. The wings draped over both edges of the hood, and the moment the vehicle came to a stop, Doug put it in neutral and pulled the e-brake. We both hopped out. I was in a panic. I kept saying, "This is bad. This is bad, bad, bad. We killed a spirit guy, Doug. This is bad. This is bad." Tears were streaming down my face and my entire body was trembling. "What do we do? How do we make it right?" Doug yelled, over the almost continuous thunder as lightning continued to strike all around us. I don't know how I knew what to say, but I matter-of-factly yelled back, "We have to take the body to bury, and offer the great owl spirit tobacco and other herbs to apologize and pay for what we did." Doug reached for a large wing feather, trying to pull it free. The owl slid off the hood with a thud onto the wet pavement. I watched in utter shock as the owl's eyes opened wide, and then it lets out a horrible shriek, striking with its beak at Doug's right arm as he shrieks in pain. The owl is now in the air, kind of. One claw has a hold of Doug's forearm, and the other is slashing at his upper arm. Its bigger than windshield wide wings were flapping all they could. It was desperately trying to free itself, obviously frightened, having come back to consciousness with a 6'4", 280-pound man trying to pluck a feather. I was screaming in terror, "Let go!" as I watched this fiasco take place in front of me. After a few minutes of this, Doug heaves himself down to the pavement, intending to escape the owl's razor-sharp claws, I assumed. The feather broke free as he hits the ground, and the owl, free of him, locks eyes with me, and then flies directly toward me. And as I start to pull my head back, expecting to have to drop to keep it from hitting me, it swoops straight up, like 6 inches from my face. I didn't feel any breeze, air moving from its flight, but oddly enough, I caught a whiff of a familiar smell. I would recognize that smell anywhere, but had never smelled it but the one place on Earth that could possibly smell like that specific smell. My spooky granny's house. It took me a few minutes to lower my chin. My gaze had followed the owl up, and I watched it continue to fly up into the storm until it disappeared. When I did lower my gaze, I see Doug standing before me. A bloody mess on one side, but surprisingly his slash marks are many and not deep. He's holding his right hand where he was beak bitten with his left hand, and in his right hand is a beautiful snow-white feather with not a drop of blood on it. I was shaking uncontrollably and crying. I lifted my hand with that accusing index finger gesture. I pointed at him and said, "This is bad. It's bad." My hand fell limply to the side, and I remember whispering, "Oh no," as I watched the darkness closing in around me. Tunnel vision was taking me, and I was seconds from collapsing. I recognized what was about to happen, but was powerless to stop it or help myself. Much to my pleasant surprise, when I came to, I was inside Doug's car. He was kneeled between the door and where he had set me, wiping my wet hair from my face. Once I could speak, I said, "I don't feel anything." Doug answered, "That's because I caught you." "How bad are you hurt?" I asked him, and he said that he needs stitches on his hand, but he wants to go home and clean up first. I agree. He shuts my door, and as he walks around to his, he kneeled over and picked up the feather. We drove back to his place and bumped into his dad while searching for first aid supplies in the hallway closet. Doug gives his dad a brief but honest rundown of the night we had, as I'm silently freaking out in my head. I don't think I could have told my mom what really happened, or if she would have believed me, but when Doug's dad says to him, "She's right, you've offended the Great Owl's spirit and you have to fix this. I can't believe you took a feather," I'm brought back into the current moment. His dad says that he has to make some phone calls and tells us to go clean up his wounds, telling Doug to put on a snap-down long sleeve when he's done. We had landlines then, and no one made calls after 10 p.m. unless it was an emergency. This added to the anxiety now riding like a weight in the pit of my stomach. I follow Doug into the bathroom, and I start dabbing a cotton ball with clear solution. It says wound wash in black Sharpie on the bottle. I shrugged and proceeded to use it. As gently as I could, I wiped clean the many slash marks on his hand. When I'm done, I say, "Okay, let's see it. We gotta clean it out first, and then I'm using peroxide and alcohol to try to prevent this infection." Doug then pulls his left hand from his right. He'd held it the entire time. I worked the gear shift on our way home from the passenger seat for him so he could keep pressure on it, but there was nothing but dried blood where the mark from its beak should have been. We were both staring in disbelief. "What the hell?" we both asked at the same time. His dad walks in, looks him up, and says, "I thought you needed stitches, wussy." "I did," Doug exclaims, and I added, "The bite mark is gone. I watched that thing bite him." "Well, let's not look a gift horse in the mouth around here," his dad stated. He then turned to Doug and said, "Doc's waiting for you. He'll be back in the office when you get there. Take her home on your way, not after." And he throws Doug his keys and says, "I'll have your car taken care of tomorrow." I didn't understand this because the windshield nor the hood were actually damaged. As we were walking out, his dad instructs him to take the damned feather with him to the doc's office. We were both quiet on the drive to my house. I asked one question. "Does your dad know a doctor or something?" His reply was, "No, my great-uncle is a vet." I left it at that. My mind was swirling with the images of the night and memories of fire shooting up from the ground. When he dropped me off, I was thinking, I'll never see him again. But he kissed me softly and said with a chuckle, "It's always an adventure with you, little one." I gave him a sly smile and said, "You want to rent a movie and stay in tomorrow night?" To which he said, yeah, see you at 6, as I shut the door and then went inside. I collapsed on my bed and didn't wake until Doug knocked on my door the following evening. I noticed when I walked him out to his car after the movie that he was now driving a burgundy Grand Am with an automatic transmission. I point at it in question, and he says, my dad took care of my car. Again, I decided to just leave it at that. This particular night seemed set in stone for me. I wasn't like everyone else. And strange things happened to me, around me, and for me, and that those around me were at a significant risk of experiencing these phenomena too. And as the years have continued to reveal many unbelievable but undeniable truths to me, I've heard those exact words. It's always an adventure with you, on many occasions from a variety of people. Each time, I get a flash of a magnificent white owl. By the way, it was several years later when I learned that lightning is actually an optical illusion, and it's known to begin with the Earth shooting up fire, and that the Ozarks is not a known habitat for the snowy white owl. I have no logical explanations for the events of this night, but I do know that it was the first step of a lifelong quest to better understand the spirit realms and the beliefs about spirit guides, spirit animals, totem animals, familiars, and the like. And I can tell y'all that this was the first of many strange encounters involving owls. But to this day, I've never seen another snowy white owl, not even in captivity. Until next time, Raven. I've debated on sharing this story for a while, as it's not very long and not too scary per se. I've never found the story scary, more so just mind-boggling. I've always been a believer in the paranormal. Well, for as long as I can remember, I have been. It may have been kicked off by this experience that I'm about to tell, or it could have been something in my memory that my mind just seems to not want to grasp onto. Either way, I do know that this experience is one of the reasons I truly believe in the paranormal. Let's give some backstory. When I was 8, I was put into the foster care system. It was a rough system, and has caused me severe amounts of trauma over the years. But when I was 9, I was placed with my aunt and uncle, who had adopted my half-sisters, both girls who were about to graduate college. The layout of the house was pretty simple. 3 bedrooms down one hall, and in that hall a bathroom and a laundry room. And that hall exited into the living room, which had one hallway that had a bedroom at the end of the hallway and then a door out into the pool room, and the kitchen was on the opposite side of the living room. The really important part is the hallway with the 3 bedrooms. My bedroom was at the end of the hallway, across from my guardian's bedroom. I was home alone at the time of the event. I can't remember why, but I was walking down the hallway to go to the living room. I have a habit of looking around my surroundings even when I'm alone, so this is what I was doing. Now, the room at the end of the hallway was one of my half-sisters, and the door opened to where you could see an electric piano. It didn't have a chair, as she had switched where the chair would be between the piano and the desk, on the opposite side of the room, hidden from view. What I saw when I glanced into the room was seared into my memory. A woman. I didn't see her face, nor was she wearing anything that could identify her. She had her hands on the piano, had pale skin, and was wearing a light blue dress that went down to her knees. Her feet weren't touching the ground, but they seemed like they were, in a way. They weren't pointed down like how people tend to do when their feet don't touch the ground. Like she was standing on some invisible box. She had brown hair. It wasn't too long, but it wasn't necessarily short either. If I can remember correctly, it was about shoulder length. Now, I definitely didn't see her for long. I was walking past the door and didn't think twice of someone being in the room playing the piano, because that's what my half-sister would be doing. But when it processed in my mind after passing the door, I immediately backed up to look in, trying to see who was in the house. But there was nothing. The room was empty. I've never been diagnosed with any mental disorder that causes hallucinations, and while I have had a slew of other diagnoses, but I knew this couldn't have been a hallucination because I remember it clear as day. And I, as a 9-year-old, had to do a double take. It's not crazy, and the outcome was the fact that I lied about what the ghost woman looked like to try to make her seem more scary, and me more cool to the kids in school as I struggled to make friends. But that lie didn't last for long, and that woman still plagues my mind at random times. Who was she? And why on earth was she in my half-sister's bedroom? I don't live with that family anymore, and that's probably for the better, but I wonder what other happenings I could have witnessed if I had stayed longer than just 3 months. Hey Raven, it's Chrissy here again. I've got a story that's a bit off the beaten path, and I know you love a good mystery. So picture this. I'm wandering through this quiet, old library, smelling the books, just looking for a particular novel, when I catch a glimpse of someone between the shelves. And not just anyone, someone who looks exactly like me. And I mean a dead ringer. We lock eyes, and it's like looking into a living mirror. Her eyes are my eyes, and in that moment, 100 wild thoughts start rushing through my head. And this time, it's not just my ADHD. You know me. I've always had a thing for those conspiracy theories. The ones about the elite secretly cloning themselves, or how it only takes 8 years to grow a full human copy. And here I am staring at someone who could be my clone, even though I'm definitely not rich enough to have ordered one. But it gets weirder. I start thinking about all those stories. Maybe they're sending clones to Mars and it's a backup for Earth and it's way more populated than we're told. Or hiding them on the dark side of the moon where there's supposedly a secret city. And of course, I remember David Paulides and those missing 411 cases. And people who just disappear without a trace. Maybe they're all part of some grand experiment and I'm face to face with living proof. Then, just when I think it's over, I see her again at a hospital, after my surgery a few days later. She spots me too, and there's this flicker of recognition, like she knows me. Twice in 1 week? No way, it's a coincidence. No way did she get a bust appendicitis too. And just happened to be in the next bed over? So what the heck is going on? Did they do something to me? Take something? And to top it all off, I've noticed these men in black types hanging around my ward. Pale skin, black suits, and straight out of a UFO encounter story. I swear one of them even hinted that I shouldn't talk about what I saw. Like a big hint. I won't go into that, but here I am telling you anyway. This might be my last story, but I've never been one for backing down from threats. I'm a fighter, not a fleeting kind of girl. So yeah, that's my strange little rabbit hole of a week. I hope you enjoy it, Raven. And take care. P.S. Could patients handle 2 of you? No. I can't even handle 1 of me. So, I usually just lurk around these parts and don't have much to say, but I actually do have a story that I wanted to go ahead and share from a few months back. Thinking about it now freaks me out because of all the things you read about online when it comes to trafficking and all that. And the whole thing happened in broad daylight. I think that's the worst part. I live in a fairly decent apartment building downtown in a major city. I don't want to say which major city, I'll just say that it's to the south. It's got a large population, and most people here don't suck. It's a decent complex that has a doorman during the day and some cameras that are pointed at most the hallways and the doors. and I probably pay way too much, but I like the location and I feel mostly safe here. I work a pretty standard 8 to 5, so I'm usually home by 6. On this particular day that this happened, I had actually taken a half day, because I had a doctor's appointment at 1, so I was home by 2 in the afternoon. I had just gotten in, kicked my shoes off, and was about to finally get something to eat for lunch when there was a knock on my door. I'm pretty careful. I always check the peephole. Standing outside were 2 people, a man and a woman. Both looked to be in their late 30s to early 40s, and they were wearing identical navy blue polo shirts. Kind of like a uniform. Just as well, they both had clipboards, and the man was holding up what looked like an ID badge, but was just far enough away that I couldn't actually read it clearly through the glass. It just kind of looked generic. Like something you could make, print off, and laminate at home in about 30 minutes. The guy then spoke up. I'm guessing that he had heard me moving inside or something. He said, "City Wellness Check Initiative. We're here for a mandatory wellness check of all residents in this building." This felt like a very confusing potential red flag. Mandatory wellness check from the city? All residents of the building? At 2 in the afternoon? And that was a bit strange, but I'm also fairly new to this part of town, and sometimes stuff happens that I'm not aware of. Still, a little voice in my head was saying, yeah, no, this isn't legit. I decided that I would at least respond through the door to try and see what the hell they were going on about. I said, "Okay, what is this about?" Which felt kind of silly since they had kind of told me. The woman then spoke and gave a bit of a strained and fake smile, saying, "Oh, it's just a few questions about your living situation. It's all standard." And then she gestured to her clipboard. She then asked me for my first name and said in a very assured way, "We don't need your last name, just the first name for privacy reasons." Almost like she was trying to get me to feel more comfortable with the whole thing. "Oh, we care about your privacy, we're so legitimate." I told them that it was Sam. I didn't mention that it was short for Samantha, but they could probably have figured that out. They asked 1 or 2 more generic questions about the rental property, like what my monthly payment was and how much I paid in utilities. Then, the questions got strange. The man spoke up again and asked, "Do you live alone?" He then looked like he had written something down on the clipboard before I even answered. Now, I do live alone, but I'm not about to tell 2 random strangers at my door that. So I lied, trying to sound casual. My roommate's at work right now." He made a show of ticking a box and then looked back up and asked, "And when are you normally at work? Just in case we need to come back." I swear, when he said come back, he stretched it slightly, almost like he was warning me that they would be back. I told him that I couldn't really answer the question because I was home randomly depending on my work's need for staff. This also wasn't true. I was pretty much never home during the day, but again, they didn't need to know that. Then, the woman asked the question that was the absolute line for me. The indication that this wasn't a wellness check. This was some kind of vulnerability check. She asked, "And your windows? Do they have any additional security locks or security systems? Anything to tell you if someone opens them from the outside, for instance?" The thing about this question was that it was very direct. It was very straightforward in what she was asking. But it felt strange because why the hell would anyone tell them that? Especially after the other 2 questions. I asked them to hold on for just a moment, saying that I was getting a phone call and would be right back. That I absolutely had to take it. I then pulled out my phone and immediately called the building management office. The manager of the property answered pretty much immediately, and I put the phone on speaker. Hey, John, it's Sam from apartment number X. Quick question. Do you have any knowledge of city workers doing some kind of mandatory wellness check on the building right now? There are two people here that are asking some very intrusive questions about the building's security and about whether I live alone. There was a quick beat of silence before John replied with, no? Let me get someone up to your floor from security. I then heard him start talking in the background, probably into a walkie, to someone else. I looked back through the peephole again, and the two people were gone. No, we'll be right back, sir, goodbye is just gone. I mentioned it to John, and he told me that he was still sending someone up to talk to me about it, because this could be something way more serious. They came up and asked me a couple of questions about the whole thing, and said that they would check the cameras to see how they got in and what they looked like, and then mentioned that they were going to report it to the police as well to make sure that they're aware of whatever it was, and that they may want to speak with me about it too. The next day, I actually went down and spoke to John in person. I knew he would be in. He said that the two people had actually entered through the main door, and that they'd sneaked in when the doorman wasn't there. They never gave an ID or anything, but they did look official. However, he said that they looked like they were going to my door specifically, because they didn't stop or slow down. They went straight to the stairs, straight to my floor, and knocked. They came in no more than a few minutes after I had, so they may have been following me, but at the same time, how did they know specifically which apartment was mine? The kicker came a few days later. I was chatting with another woman in my building, and she mentioned that the same thing had happened to her, but she just blew it off. The people showed up and mentioned that it was a mandatory wellness check, but she wasn't as willing to talk to them as I was. She was short with them, and said that she would refuse to answer some of the questions. But then they also asked her if she had a dog. Honestly, the scariest part of all this was the implications. It seemed like they were targeting single women. Both myself and the other woman were both single, and it seemed like they may have been gathering intel on our living situation. Again, not for wellness, for vulnerability. They were trying to see if we were vulnerable. I don't even want to think about what could have happened next, or what they were actually planning. Nowadays, I just yell, "Not interested," if someone knocks on my door and I'm not expecting anyone. I don't even bother with the peephole. And believe me, the security chains on my door are always on, and the deadbolt is always locked. At this point, I don't care who it is. If they want my attention, and I know them, they'll call or text me. Hi, Raven. I'm a huge fan and a big-time listener and often share your channel with friends and family. Thank you. I hope you and Patience are both doing great. You guys are awesome. I'm really excited to share my story with you for the first time. It was midnight in the middle of winter, and I was ill and needed painkillers. I was awake, wrapped in a blanket, sitting on the north-facing edge of my extra-large twin-sized bed. Emphasis on the extra-large. I was facing the window on the north-facing wall of my room, and my back was turned towards the southern wall. I was waiting for my mom to give me the medicine, because she saw me in pain and didn't want me to suffer all by myself. Behind me, there was a lot of room on the bed, because of how little space I was taking, and how big the bed was. My mom had set down a glass jar that she was carrying in the center of the bed before she went out to get my medication. You know how, when the room is small, the air feels very still? Like even a little bit of movement or disturbance cannot go unnoticed. Now, it's important to understand the layout of my room. My back was facing the south wall, which had 2 doors. On one corner was the door to my room, and on the other corner was the door to my bathroom. I have to emphasize that the doors were on either corner of the wall, and they were not close to each other. Anyway, I heard and felt my mom enter the room, walk past behind me toward the bathroom, and go in. The movement stirred the air in the entire room. So she's got to go for a quick bathroom break. Cool. A few seconds later, the jar behind me, being at least 18 inches away from any edge of the bed, shattered on the floor. That caught me by surprise. But I reasoned that my mom's clothing might have gotten caught on the jar while she was walking past the bed. But the more I thought about it, the more it didn't make sense. From what I estimate, she must have already been inside the bathroom when the jar shattered behind me. Also, it was way too far from the edge of the bed to simply get caught onto someone's clothing, who might walk past it. But this wasn't the worst part. The worst part was when I turned around to the sound of the jar shattering and saw my mom run into my room asking if I was all right. What? But then, if she isn't in the bathroom, who just walked past behind me? Before anyone chalks it up to delirium, no, it wasn't. I wasn't sleepy and certainly spent enough time in my room to know how it feels when I'm completely alone there. There was also no wind coming in from anywhere. The only window was shut and in front of me. We never found out who it was that walked past me that night, and that's wonderful. As a child, I had an unusual affinity for machines and mathematics, or computer science. My dad was an English teacher and my mom was a homemaker. She would occasionally take on cleaning jobs, but otherwise she didn't work. So neither of them had a background in math or science, but they were always incredibly supportive of what they saw as my brilliant imagination or inventive mind. When I was around 6 or 7, I would draw these diagrams of some kind of machines or devices. While other kids may have been coloring or drawing these cute pictures of their families, I would take my scribbled papers to my parents and explain in near gibberish, I'm sure, what they were and what they did. They'd always look at me with curiosity and ask how I came up with this, and I remember telling them that I made it. It was my idea. I remember at the time not being able to describe it to them either, or having any idea how to explain why I knew what this was. I think they just took it as it was my drawings, and told me I did a great job on it, and we all moved on, having no idea that part of what I drew resembled real historical devices. In elementary school, I continued drawing these machines like it was a normal thing. I had an intuitive understanding of mathematics, to the point that my teachers would tell my parents that I was pretty advanced for my age. We even had this assignment where we had to, quote, invent something. We had to show the problems, our solution to said problem, and any examples or diagrams explaining how it would work and help. I had drawn this machine and explained how it could follow instructions based on what looked like cards with holes punched in specific patterns. I remember this because the teacher asked me what problem the machine was solving, and I explained how the hole-punched cards gave the machine the instructions to do whatever we asked of it. I remember getting frustrated because she was talking about how something like that already existed, and I told her that I knew because I had helped create it. I ended up getting a passing grade on it because I followed the instructions, and she agreed that I was thinking more broadly, which was unusual for our age group. At the time, I didn't know how to explain how I knew I made the machine. It made sense in my head, but I had no idea how to put it into words. My parents began to notice that whenever these old machines came up, whether it was something I may have drawn, maybe in something my dad watched, or even this old-looking computer that we saw at a yard sale, I would explain to them how it worked, and often that I knew this because I had helped create it. They thought it was just an odd way for me to explain that I knew what it was. not necessarily that I actually created it. I mean, how could a child have helped create these machines that had been around for much longer than I had? Throughout middle and high school, I maintained that passion for mathematics and computer programming. My parents were proud of my achievements, and while they didn't mind, they couldn't understand how I was so knowledgeable on mechanical systems, something that I had never studied. I know they just accepted it as part of what made me unique. It only made sense that I would major in computer science, too. When I started college, my professors often commented on my intuitive grasp of programming concepts. I also became known for asking questions about the historical development of computing that went beyond what was typically covered in coursework. Thankfully, most of my professors enjoyed it, and we would continue our discussions after class. But I think I finally got some clarity in who I was and why I was so drawn to computers during my junior year in a Women in STEM course. We had an assignment to research and write an in-depth report on either an important woman in science or one who made significant behind-the-scenes contributions to scientific advancement. The professor provided a list of suggested figures, but also said that we could choose our own subject if we had someone specific in mind. I remember scanning the list, but nothing really jumped out at me. So, I decided to do my own research. I started looking for lesser-known names that made large impacts in science, and I scrolled through link after link. I then stopped at a name that stood out to me. I clicked on her name, and as I read about her, I just had this profound moment of clarity. Her name was Ada Lovelace, and the more I researched her, the more my life seemed to make sense. She was a mathematician in the 1840s who worked with another one that became one of her friends. The thing about Ada is that she helped her friend in the creation of this analytical engine, or a type of computer. And the more I read, I learned that she had written what is now recognized as the first computer program. She was one of the first computer programmers. I learned about her vision of programmable machines that could go beyond pure calculation. She had written about machines that could compose music if given the right instructions. This is what really stood out to me. Besides my love for computer science, I'd always been fond of poetry. My parents always assumed it was because of my dad being an English teacher, and in fact they appreciated it, especially him. The older I got, I would talk about how numbers and words were connected, and how similar they were, and while I was close to both my parents, I seemed to favor my father in his education and career, but had so much respect and love for my mother and all that she did for our family, and I always expressed my gratitude to her. As I researched deeper, I saw some of her notes and it gave me chills. The way that she organized her work on the page and some of her quick drawings and connections were so close to what I had drawn. I remember one particular drawing I made as a kid that looked almost identical to hers. I'm an only child and my parents kept just about all of my schoolwork, so I'm still trying to find it between all the folders and tubs in their basement, but once I find it, I will share it too. But then I learned that a lot of her contributions had been shadowed or overlooked by her male colleagues during her lifetime. Her friend, Charles Babbage, who she worked on the analytical machine with, took full credit for it, claiming that she had very little to do with it, even though her algorithms and insight were crucial to making this machine actually functional. I found myself becoming angry as I read more about her and the controversy, and I knew that it was all wrong and that she did not get the recognition she deserved. I threw myself into this report, and as I did, I found myself writing with a level of passion and personal connection that surprised even me. I had to stop myself because I noticed several times in the report that I would put I instead of Ada. And I remember just staring at the sentence for the longest time. Why did I put that? Then I started thinking about everything I knew. Everything I drew as a child. My passion for this machine that I'd never even seen before but somehow knew what it was and what it did. What if I was Ada in a past life? What if that's why I became so emotional reading about all the recognition that was stolen from her? I turned in my report, and a week later, my professor stopped to talk to me about it. She told me that this was the first time someone had ever written about Ada. She knew a little about her, but not much, and after my report, she even went to look into her more. She joked partially to make sure that I wasn't making it up. We talked about her for a good hour after class, and she asked me how I found her. I started explaining how I wanted to find someone in computers when I found her and was drawn to her. She asked me what I meant by that, and if I knew her somehow, like an ancestry thing, because she said I used some first-person dialogue in my paper. I apparently missed some when I went back to edit it. I told her that I didn't and swore that I didn't copy it from somewhere, but that's what I meant by being drawn to her. I felt like I knew her, even though I had only just recently learned her name. So, I explained to her my childhood drawings and interest, and how I always would say that I made those machines. But as I talked, I realized how crazy I probably sounded to her. She seemed accepting of my explanation and said that my paper was very thorough and that I did a great job on it, too. Maybe she just wanted to be done with the conversation, though. But that research and conversation really seemed to open the floodgates for me. Learning about her made me feel like I knew myself better. Being obsessed with computers, mathematics, and even poetry, which was something Ada also enjoyed. My relationship being so strong with my dad, much like her. It all made sense. She died at a young age due to cervical cancer, which also seems like a small connection because, well, not the same. I have PCOS. I feel like between her death and not getting the recognition she deserves, we became one, in order to give her a second chance at life. And that's how I've chosen to accept it. I recognize Ada's life and her contributions, but I also understand that this is my life now. I do still love my career and what I chose, but I also remind myself to follow other interests that I have, for both of us to experience. So, if reincarnation is real, I can confidently say that we are both living a full and happy life, exploring everything we want, and standing up for ourselves to get the credit that we deserve. Hi, bro. So I don't know if this is a glitch in the Matrix incident or paranormal, but it was horrifying. It occurred about 13 years ago. I'm L, now 43, and I'm Iranian. At this time, I had been married for like 2 months. It was about 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and I was lying on the floor in front of the TV, chilling and watching some movie. I remember my eyes getting heavy and I felt sleepy. Because I had just eaten lunch and it was a pleasant and cool afternoon, it made me want to doze off even more. I must mention that I was alone. My husband was at work at the time. My eyes were closed, and maybe 5 minutes passed, and then I woke up. And in the same state of sleep and wakefulness that I was in, I saw that the entire room and its furniture had been turned like 90 degrees. The room went half dark like the sunset time. Everything was upside down and reversed, and somehow blurred and intertwined. I even remember the furniture as if it had merged into one another, or like fused together. It was horrifying, but I was thinking that, girl, you are dreaming. When I suddenly heard a male voice, like a young man talking from behind me. Consider that I'm still lying on the floor, clear as day, saying, "Don't change the TV channel. I'm still watching the program." I literally froze in fear. I couldn't move even my fingers. I didn't even touch the remote control, let alone change the channels. I really didn't get why the voice was saying that, and I was struggling to manage this in my head. Like, WTF, who is talking? And then suddenly the clear voice that had said that sentence turned into a terrifying demonic voice right next to my left ear, like someone put their mouth right beside my ear and started talking in gibberish. It slowly turns to... At this point, I gathered all my strength because my body was like cookie dough or jelly. I reached out my arm with difficulty, grabbed the DVD player remote, which was on the floor next to my pillow, and threw it in the direction of where the voice was coming from, behind me. In a split second, everything changed back to normal. The room was normal and in order. I was suddenly freed from that state of paralysis and heaviness, and I could hear the TV and the birds chirping out clearly. I was beyond horrified. The next thing I can remember is I grabbed my keys and I ran like hell out of that house, in my pajamas and slippers to my mom's house, which is on the other side of the road. When I got there, I couldn't speak properly out of fear and was trembling like crazy. I'd never experienced sleep paralysis, and I know that I wasn't dreaming or imagining things. I am Muslim, and we believe in some creatures called jinns. These creatures are made of fire according to the Quran and are so fast and quick. They have good ones and some bad and evil ones with bad intentions, like us humans. My mom said that it was a jinn who wanted to scare me or play tricks on me, but I really don't know. To this day, I don't know what I encountered that day. Who the hell talked to me? Why my vision was blurry and why my living room was distorted, as I explained to you. I have no idea. And I never experienced anything similar to that. I came upon your podcast a few months ago, and I've been listening and observing. They're quite interesting. Some of the stuff going on out there is pretty amazing, very freaky, and some insanely unbelievable, if I have to say so myself. Let me start out by saying that my name is Doreen. I live in West Palm Beach, Florida. I'm a spiritual medium. I'm talking the real deal. I keep it to myself and use it where God leaves me. Believe me, good is returned with good. What goes around always comes back around. I got this gift 25 years ago when I was saved from a head-on collision and I was teleported, not kidding, from one side of the 2-lane overpass bridge to the other. But maybe that story's for another day. Okay, so warning, this is a tearjerker, so get some tissues. Okay, here's something that happened to me a few years ago at the veterinarian's office. I had this feeling to take my cat, Angel, to the vet. She's now deceased from cancer. Oh, and there is a rainbow bridge. It's for real. I have another story on that again, but maybe for another day. As I was waiting in the lobby reading a magazine, a woman sits down across from me with a small crate, so I knew right away it was a cat. All of a sudden, I start concentrating on the crate and look inside. Couldn't see much, but felt more. She was crying. I believe that the universe puts us where we are needed the most, so I said excuse me and I asked her if I could look into the carrier. She said yes. Almost immediately, I welled up with emotions and started crying. That happens to me a lot when there are cases of extreme emotion. I heard the cat say, telepathically, the same way I do readings of people that have passed on. Yes, I can communicate with animals. You can either believe me or don't believe. I don't need anyone to judge me, and I don't need negative comments in this poor man's feed. Just go with it. Thank you for that. Okay, to continue. I heard the cat say, "Tell Mommy I'm in a lot of pain. I'm ready to go. Let me go. You gave me a good life, thank you, and I love you." Now, you have to understand that not everyone is 100% open to this. She stopped crying and she was listening to me. How I said that we have to hang on to the good memories, and that we did the best we could and gave them the beautiful life. And those are the memories that we have to hang on to. and that we must believe it's not goodbye, it's till we meet again. That it's not death, it's a transition, and that they are at the Rainbow Bridge. He'll come visit you in spirit, and you have to believe that. She told me how he was a stray 17 years ago, and that she took him in, and he had a pampered life. I said, well, there you go, he knows that. And that nothing can live forever, and death is a fact of life. We sat for a few more minutes in silence. I was concentrating on the crate, and then I heard her cat say, I see Tim. I see Timmy. I'm like, who's Tim or Timmy? And her mouth dropped open. And she said, I used to have a cat named Timmy, but he died 5 years ago. I said, there you go. Timmy has come to take him to the Rainbow Bridge. You must believe that you will see him again. At this point, she was still crying, but seemed a little comforted for what it's worth. They ended up putting the cat to sleep an hour later. I saw her carry it out in a box. It still hurts, and yes, we do miss them, but at least we have something to look forward to at the end of our days. I hope this makes it to your podcast, and whoever hears it, when they hear it, is meant to hear it. And we must always believe in our hearts. There are things that we cannot explain, but it's for real. Listen to your heart always. I'm sorry that I didn't exactly start this off like everybody else does. The truth is, there are a lot of people out there who don't believe in this. They think it's the devil and blah blah blah. And then they do the Bible thing, and I want to jump them, but I don't look good in an orange jumpsuit. Anyway, it is what it is. And I believe it's for good. I help people, give them hope and inspiration that there's something after this flesh life that we live. And the people that don't believe, well, they're on their own. I tell them that one day they will find out for themselves. And thank you for all the hard work you do, because these are fascinating, and it makes life on this planet a little bit easier. And I love the way that you say, thank you. Well, thank you. Sincerely, Doreen. Hey, Raven. I definitely owed you this story a long time ago, since it happened to my wife about a month ago at this point. I mentioned it on one of your community night streams. I apologize for the delay, but hopefully the story I'm about to tell you makes it worth the wait. As always, this is a true story. My wife will often drive for Spark, which is a service through Walmart that allows you to shop, pick up, and deliver groceries to customers. While doing this, she experiences various odd and unusual situations all the time, to the point that we have our own countermeasures to make sure she's safe. We have an app that allows us to track our phones, codes and protocols to alert each other of any situations that we might have, and it definitely pays off. It was a late evening, heading towards that dusk look where the sun is still in the sky, but it was still dark, and my wife had initially called me to let me know she was wrapping up a batch order that had about 15 stops on it. Something she was used to having and didn't mind since they paid more. And she was ready to come home after this last stop, which took her about 30 minutes away into a rural tree-filled area. She was telling me about how the houses were all spaced out and hidden in thick tree-filled land, and after some banter between us both, she told me that she would call me back, because she was about to be at her final stop. We ended our conversation, and I was about to finish working on the computer when she immediately called back almost 30 seconds later. "Ping me, right now," she demanded, which is usually what we say when we want a screenshot of our location from the tracking app in case of an emergency. I asked her what was going on, and she told me that when she arrived on the property, the front mailbox had animal skulls, candles, and odd symbols all over it. And just past it was a long, narrow dirt driveway cutting through thick, tall trees. My wife said the GPS indicated the mailbox was a mile out from the actual house, and she felt uneasy having to travel all the way down this creepy driveway. I told her that I would stay on the phone, and she said that her dash cam was still going, as well as her body cam. As I said before, we have plenty of countermeasures for when we drive for delivery services because a lot of crazy things happen to delivery drivers and couriers in this field of work. And most services leave us to fend for ourselves and only care about completed deliveries, and not being liable for anything else. Anyways, as she drove down the driveway, she was narrating what she saw, mentioning how the darkness from the towering trees made her feel like something dark was creeping all around her, and apparently a few of the trees had carved symbols on them, and finally, more animal skulls. As she approached the end of the driveway, she said that something smelled like a dead animal, and as she approached the end, the smell got stronger. The actual house was a large structure with black roofing and black wooden walls, and it seemed to be old, run down, and somewhat abandoned. The 3 cars parked near the house were fairly new-looking, so we knew that someone lived there, and my wife told me that she had a note to leave the groceries behind the carport, which she didn't notice initially, but sure enough, to the right of the run-down house was an equally decrepit and worn-out carport, which, ironically, none of the cars were parked under. My wife said that once she opened her door, the stench of whatever had died made the air thick and unbearable to breathe, but nonetheless, she began hauling the groceries under the carport, and she mentioned to me that no one had come out of the house or even acknowledged that she had arrived. But she actually interrupted herself with a few swear words, and then told me that she was getting the hell out of here right now. To which I, of course, asked her, "What happened? Are you okay?" And I wasn't expecting her to say what she said next. "There's nooses in the carport. It's not a prop, and it's not fake. It's real rope. One of them is right above me, and it looks like something big is hanging from one of them further back," she told me. As she placed the last few things from the grocery order at the carport, she also mentioned to me that there was some weird giant symbol that looked like it was burned or painted into the floor of the carport, and that whatever smelled horrible seemed to be stronger in the carport. The sun was starting to set more, and the darkness around her wasn't helping how terrifying the entire ordeal was. She quickly went back to her car and glanced at the front of the house, once more on reflex. When she first arrived, no one had come out of the house, or was on the porch, or even in the yard. My wife makes a point to greet any customers that come out of the house or approach when she arrives, but again, no one was originally there. When my wife looked back this time, she said that a man with the full long beard was standing there, wearing black pants and what she described as a black hoodie or cloak. He stared at her with a dark scowl, and his hands were clasped together in front of him, as if he were casually waiting for someone to arrive. She told me how cold she felt when she saw him standing there, and she immediately began turning her car around to leave. This is where things got weird, because as she did this, the man made his way down from the porch of the house and began walking quickly toward her car. My wife peeled out while I was on the phone with her, saying choice words the entire time. And once she got far enough down the long driveway, she calmed down a bit and told me that she was going to report the location as unsafe. She archived the dashcam footage of the location for an investigation, and a week later, my wife received an email response to her report to Spark customer service that stated that the customer was since removed from the Spark platform. So, there you have it. The story about the cursed driveway. She showed me footage from the dashcam, but will not allow me to upload it. But I will say this. Since her car was facing the front of the house, the dashcam recorded the porch and part of the carport. When she runs back to the car after seeing the nooses, the man that she saw on the porch didn't appear on the camera until she glances over. And he literally just appears. He didn't open the door or emerge from somewhere off camera at all. He just literally appeared on the porch. I know there will always be naysayers and even some trolls who insist that everything is made up or fake. But honestly, from how my wife felt when she came home and how terrified she was when everything was happening, I know this wasn't fake. Both of us have experienced some scary, unhinged, and flat out wild situations while she's driving for Spark, and I'm driving for DoorDash. I wish the animal skulls that she saw in the mailbox and tree were fake, but we have an eerie feeling they weren't. And we don't think that someone would go out of their way to set up an elaborate stage just to scare some random delivery driver. Some things that happen in life, as all of us in Raven's flock know well, aren't always able to be explained away. And it doesn't make us crazy or unhinged because we experience them. In the end, I'm just glad that my wife is okay. With permission from my friend Casey, I wanted to share her story. She's given me some more information to add to this as well, but I think you would be interested in it. What I'm about to share is something that has been a constant part of her personality since I've known her, and according to her, it's been a part of her since she was a child. Casey has always had what can only be described as an obsession with the American frontier period, specifically the late 1800s. Not in that romanticized cowboy way that some people are drawn to the Old West, but with the day-to-day reality of frontier life, especially when it came to education. She knows obscure details about homesteading, the small one-room schoolhouses, and even the struggle of the winters. She wasn't even majoring in history or something like that. She was going for elementary schooling and education. She wanted to be a teacher. What makes this unusual is that Casey grew up in suburban Connecticut with a family that had no connection to the American West. Her parents were both from the East Coast, and her family history is entirely European immigration to New England. Yet, she's told me that she's talked about remembering life on the prairie since she was a child. I met Casey when I went to her dorm room for a study session. I was majoring in psychology, and she and I had a class together, and we bonded pretty quickly. Her side of the room looked like a small museum exhibit about frontier education. She'd collected this vintage slate board, and she had a couple old primers, and even had this really old notebook that looked like it was falling apart. She told me how she found it at some old antique store and she used it sparingly, wanting to make it last. She used it as a special scrapbook in a way, keeping small flat items in it. She was very proud of her items like that and loved showing them off. For the longest time, our friend group just thought it was a fun little obsession that she liked. We thought it was a quirky thing about her, and we accepted her for it. Our friend group in college consisted of 4 of us: Casey, myself, and then our friend Gabby, who was studying religious studies, and Rosa, who was majoring in pre-med. We would often hang out in Casey's dorm room, surrounded by her old-fashioned decorated room. Her roommate was nice about it. She didn't mind her stuff, but she also typically wasn't around. She was dating someone that lived off campus, so she was there more than the dorm. Casey's choice of decorations often came up when we were hanging out, too. She would start talking about 19th century teaching techniques with such passion. That's when Casey finally shared the truth with us. One evening, during our sophomore year, we were hanging out in her room when Rosa made a joke about an old candle holder that she had. After all of us laughing, Casey said she wanted to tell us something, but made us promise that we wouldn't make fun of her. She explained that she believes she knows so much about this stuff, about the frontier, because she lived it. None of us said anything as she continued. She explained how she had these memories of teaching in a one-room schoolhouse. She explained how she dressed, how the kids dressed. She explained the window she liked to have open on the warmer days, and how it was difficult some days to keep the kids focused when there could be 8 different grade levels in one room. I remember how it turned into this huge debate between us all. Rosa was pretty skeptical, asking how that would even be possible and talking about her childhood. laughing that her dad liked to watch all those old Western movies. But Casey declined, saying no one that she could recall watched that kind of stuff. Gabby, however, was quite intrigued. She explained how reincarnation was a central belief in several major religions, explaining how souls could return in different bodies to learn and grow through multiple lifetimes. She mentioned how she was actually pretty interested in studying more on it in her class. Casey was pretty excited to hear this from Gabby, latching on pretty quickly that she believed her. She was asking her more questions about what she did know about it. I found myself somewhere in the middle. I didn't really have any experience or any reason to look into past lives, but I'd also like to think that I was more open-minded. Neither myself nor my parents were religious. I used to go to a church group as a kid, but it was more like a daycare, but that was as close to going to church as we got. I found myself just sitting back and listening for the most part, asking a question here and there. I wanted to know more about these visions. Was it something like deja vu where the memories would just randomly pop up? Could she think of them on demand? Were they just dreams? Casey explained sometimes it was like someone telling you someone's name, and it sounds familiar, but you just can't place their face. Or when a word is on the tip of your tongue, but you can't think of it. The memories sometimes came to her when she saw something that jogged her memory, like when you see a souvenir and remember when you got it. She also explained that she'd had a lot of dreams about it too, and standing at the front of the classroom, and all the kids greeting her by name. But the name she could never remember. She tried her best to remember it when she woke up to try and look into the person, but she never could. And if I'm being honest, her explanation had some validity. She knew things about frontier education that seemed to go way beyond what you could learn from books or maybe even movies. The conversation that day opened the door for Casey to share more of her specific memories over the years. She loved to share her classroom with us, and she even drew a diagram of it. It just became more a part of Casey, and we accepted it. And fast forward a little bit to spring break of our junior year. Rosa was going home to join her family in Cancun. Gabby couldn't go with us as much as she wanted to, as she was working for the college, so while she had a break from classes, she still had work to do. Casey and I, however, did end up with plans. She invited me to go with her on a road trip to Kansas and Nebraska. I teased her how our friends were going somewhere warm and fun, and her idea of a vacation was flat old Kansas. But then she explained how she was looking into visitor places that centered around the old frontier. She had found some place, a museum and historical building of a preserved schoolhouse, where you could walk around an old classroom. I could see in her face that she wanted company, and I couldn't say no. I genuinely enjoyed Casey's company, and found her passion for this infectious. So, with all teasing aside, I agreed to join her. We drove to this tiny town in central Kansas, and checked out this one-room schoolhouse that dated to 1887. I'll never forget the moment Casey walked inside that room. Her demeanor completely changed. And she stood in the center of the room looking around with this intense recognition. But then she walked up to one of the students' desks and moved it. It made that loud screech sound when she did, which made me try and stop her. That's when she explained that the desks were wrong. She said that they should have been in groups. That's when someone else walked into the room with us and confirmed she was correct. She then asked Casey if she knew why, and she explained that it was so the older students could help the younger ones. She nodded in agreement and explained that she was correct, but that they had the desks arranged the way they did for a more modern viewing. As I helped Casey put the desk back to how it was, the woman asked us if we were learning about the 1800s, and then Casey took the lead. She coyly mentioned that it was something like that, and the woman went into more details about the building. She explained, or tried to explain, what the curriculum looked like, but Casey was practically finishing her sentences. Thankfully, the woman was amused by it and went with it. She had us follow her into another part of the building that was basically built on to this original building. It was like a candy store for Casey. It was filled with primers. She got excited over seeing a McGuffey reader. There was an old dress and shoes, some school papers, and tons of photos and drawings. As we looked them all over, the woman explained to us some of the history of the photos. When Casey stopped at one in particular of a woman standing in front of a building. She asked the woman if she knew who she was. She said that she was probably one of the school teachers, but that they didn't have extensive records of the people in the photos. She pulled the photo out of the display and flipped it over to the back. There was some writing there that included a date, 1889, but we couldn't quite make out the names. It was something like Walsh or maybe Washington, but part of it was missing. The woman explained that everything here was either items found by the person that bought and owned the building, or items that were donated to the building, so the information on them was limited. I just remember how intently Casey stared at that photo. I didn't know if I should have said something to her or just given her the time, but the woman noticed too. She had asked Casey if she knew the woman, or recognized her, rather, and Casey smiled at her and said something like that. She said she definitely looked familiar, like she was part of her, and the woman just smiled back at her, probably thinking we sounded crazy, I'm sure. Then, to my surprise, Casey explained to the woman how she felt connected to this way of life. She explained how she believed she used to live back then, and was trying to find details about her past life. I don't think the woman was quite on board with us, but nevertheless, she was still very kind and helpful. She showed us some other items, an old attendance book with teacher signatures in it, and asked Casey if she recognized them at all. She once again found a signature that looked like Walsh. Then she pulled out a small notepad that she carries in her purse and immediately flipped through a few pages. What shocked me was the pages that she flipped past. I could see something in cursive being written that started with a W. It caught my attention because her name does not start with a W, not her middle nor last name. In fact, she doesn't even have a W in any of her names, so why would she have been writing it? But she flipped to an empty page and quickly scribbled out a signature. Walsh. It looked eerily similar to the one in the book. Everyone has this uniqueness to their signatures, but the way the A was slanted opposite of the W, and the hard drop on the H was damn near identical. One might think that she saw it and copied it, but even after looking at it multiple times, I tried writing it, and you could see clear differences. You can see where I paused to redo it, or was just trying from memory. Casey had no pauses. She wrote it perfectly each time. Then she showed me the previous pages, explaining how she would sit just rewriting similar names because that's all she could remember. It felt right to her, but she didn't know why. The woman seemed to find it pretty impressive too, and began asking Casey more about what she knew or remembered. We left there, I think convincing that woman that past lives were real. She gave us some options on trying to find people long gone, and where to look both locally or online. When we returned to campus, we told our friends about what we saw and found out. Even Rosa opened up to the idea just a little bit, having no explanation for the signature. Casey explained how much that trip meant to her and how she thinks that it answered some of the questions she's had for some time. She did some more research and found out more about that specific location. Unfortunately, she didn't find anyone matching that last name, so she thinks that she taught elsewhere. She feels strongly that this Walsh holds a lot of answers that she's looking for. In the meantime, we've all since graduated and have gone our own ways. Gabby and Casey still hang out as they live close, and I've seen plenty of pictures of Casey's current classroom. While she teaches elementary school, and her classroom is modern, she starts her school year the same way. And she always shows up wearing an old school teacher uniform that the kids seem to get a kick out of. She's explained how it gets them to ask questions every time. She gets to talk about schooling back then, and it's really helping her to connect with the kids. She just doesn't mention the whole past life thing. It's just a remarkable thing for me because since meeting Casey and knowing her story, I've been fascinated by past lives, reincarnation, and I watch and listen to a lot of stories on it. The fact that she still remembers this stuff as an adult is apparently not as common, and part of me wonders if that has a bigger meaning. Maybe there's something more to her story, and maybe there's a sense of closure that's needed. But at the same time, Casey also seems to be content with what she knows. She was able to get enough information to convince herself that it could be true, and she's able to live with both lives and be happy about it. And to be honest, that's really all that matters to me. As long as it doesn't harm your current life, I think it's a special connection that someone can have with the past. I try to be skeptical when it comes to paranormal experiences, especially when it's just me experiencing something. My first thought is rarely ghost. I usually lean towards more realistic explanations like the building settling, something was unbalanced and fell, cats getting into stuff, sleep deprivation, etc. But when other people are experiencing the same things, it gets a little harder to brush off. I've recently started a new job as a night auditor at a hotel, and everyone who works here has told me that the hotel is haunted. I initially thought they were just being dramatic until I started to experience things myself. So I wanted to share some of the experiences that I have had here. I do stay up all night for my position, so I often will still shrug things off as sleep deprivation, even though I'm naturally, basically nocturnal. But these things have been experienced at all hours of the day, and not just by me. The most common experience my coworkers and I have had is the sound of keys jingling in the lobby, like someone is walking from one end of the room to the other, back and forth, right in front of the desk. We've all heard it, whether we were alone or other people were there with us. We've all reported the same thing. No one has seen anyone or anything there while this is happening, and it never happens when someone is in that part of the lobby. And if we come out from behind the desk while we're hearing it, it stops. The other more common one is a tall man with messy hair who stands at the back of the office. The first time I saw it, I said something to my supervisor because I saw an unfamiliar man in the employee area. And he said, "Oh, that's just Mr. Hammond. He died of a heart attack in one of the rooms, in room 218, 6 years ago. We see him around all the time. He won't hurt you." As casually as if she was telling me about a stray cat in the alley. Mr. Hammond has also been seen sitting in the recliner in the lobby if the TV is left on. Sometimes we won't see him, but we will hear a quiet cough coming from that chair, and I could swear he changed the channel while I was walking by one day. There are two people that we see in the lobby gym. A short man in a gray sweatsuit and expensive-looking sneakers, and a tall, thin woman in a tank top with a long ponytail. We've seen the man using the exercise equipment or standing in front of the mirror with what looks to be an iPod and wired headphones. But he never leaves the gym. The woman has been seen using the equipment as well, but she also walks around in the lobby. I've seen her walk from the restroom to the gym without opening the doors, walk down the hallway past the desk, or walk up to the desk like she was a guest asking for something several times. And I've walked around the corner to see her standing there and approached her apologizing for the wait, only for her to disappear when I get close. Once, I even heard her say, "Hey, excuse me," in a bubbly tone, but she was gone a second later. There have also been complaints about the front double doors being haunted, because it will open and close when no one is around. I've always assumed it was an electrical issue or something with the sensor. They replaced the door recently and the new one breaks every other day, and it's always something different. Sometimes it won't open. Sometimes it won't close. One day, one side wouldn't open and the other just opened and closed for an hour straight. I locked it closed and it kept trying to open for so long that I just got used to the little click noise, and I didn't even notice when it finally stopped. One day, the whole left side of the door was just off the track and nobody knows what happened. I still think it's an electrical issue of some kind, and maybe someone ran into it with the luggage cart the day it was off the track and knocked it down or something. But my coworkers still say it's haunted. There is one thing that I have experienced that no one else seems to, so I was hesitant to include it, but I feel like it might be interesting enough to share, even if it's just in my head. One day, while I was still in training, I walked into the staff kitchen and closed the door behind me. I heard a woman's voice singing Unwritten by Natasha Bedingfield. At first, I thought it was the radio in the lobby, and then I realized that the song in the lobby was an older-sounding song that I was not familiar with. So I turned around thinking my supervisor, who's my best friend and sings to me all the time, had followed me in, but no one was there. And then I heard a giggle and the same woman's voice say, "Sorry," coming from the same direction. There's no speaker in that room at all, and the fans are so loud that you would not be able to hear it that clearly if there was. I assumed it might be a former employee who I had heard of who died about the same time that I started working there, so I started talking to her every day when I was in the kitchen. And part of me thought I was losing my mind, and part of me was worried that she might be lonely. I didn't hear her voice again for a few weeks, but I always felt like someone was standing in the kitchen with me. One time, my hands were too full to close the ice machine, and when I turned around to put down what I was holding, it closed behind me. And once, when I couldn't find something, a cupboard door opened slightly and what I was looking for was in that cupboard. And those things I could explain away. Maybe the ice machine just wasn't closed all the way and the lid fell. And maybe the fan moved the cupboard door, but there is something I can't explain. I was prepping for breakfast and went to get milk out of the fridge. As I opened the door, I forgot what I was doing and stood there for a few seconds, zoning out, with the fridge door open. And suddenly, I felt like what I could only describe as a fist punching my ear, the impact knocking me sideways. It took me a moment to regain my senses. I was shaken, but I just quickly finished what I needed to do and got out of the kitchen. As I stepped out of the door, I said, "If you're not going to be nice, we're not going to be friends." And as I walked away, I heard the voice say, "Hold on, hello?" And I ignored it and haven't heard it again. I don't really know what to make of that whole situation, but I have no explanation. Every time I go into the kitchen, I look at the fridge door and stand in that position, trying to see if there was any way I could have hit my head. And I can't find anything. My ear felt bruised for a week, and I can't find any reasonable explanation. I don't know if any of this is really paranormal, or just a documentation of my descent into madness. Either way, I hope it was at least interesting, and thank you for reading. Hey everyone, especially folks in or around Pike County, Indiana. Fair warning, I'm not sure if this would be Bigfoot related or not exactly. I'm more so investigating if it could be or not. Also, I don't want to post personal stuff like this, but I had an experience a while back that I haven't really been able to shake, and I'm wondering if anyone else has seen anything similar. Late one night, approximately 2009-2010, on a rural road outside near Pike County, Indiana, I saw something that doesn't match anything I've ever heard of. I wasn't alone, my cousins were with me, and they saw it too. It was a figure walking upright. 2 legs, no doubt about that. It wasn't huge, probably about my height or a little shorter, but very skinny and completely pitch black, almost like it absorbed the light around it. But the part that stuck with me most was the eyes. They were glowing bright blue. Not reflected like animal eyes in headlights, these looked like they had their own light source. Full-on, icy blue. It didn't growl or make any sound. It didn't seem scared or aggressive. It just looked at us like it acknowledged us. And then it walked across the road and into the woods like we weren't even there. We were all frozen for a second and then just said, "Did you guys see that?" And they both said, "Yeah." We left. I'm not claiming anything supernatural, but I lived in Pike County a long time, and I've never seen anything like this. Not a bear, not a bobcat, not anything local that I could explain. And honestly, I've never heard anyone talk about bright blue eyes on anything like this. So I figured I'd ask. Has anyone else around here or anywhere else seen anything like that? Especially with those blue eyes. I'm just trying to see if this is a one-off, or if there's more to this. Every once in a while, a case comes along that really makes a person scratch their head, and this is definitely one of those cases. This case may also make you very, very angry for how it was handled in the immediate aftermath. So, there's a trigger warning for everyone there because it honestly made me so angry that I had to walk away from writing this for a few days. For multiple reasons, this is one of the cases that really stands out, especially once you begin digging into it. The Moore case, or as it's also called, the Villisca axe murder case, has many layers. A lot of intrigue, and it's one of those cases that, to me, absolutely reeks of a cover-up. Granted, that is just that's Tom K's opinion, based on the degree of difficulty I had finding details about a lot of this. But let's go ahead and get into this case, and then you, my lovely listeners, can as usual draw your own conclusion based on the information. Josiah Moore, 43, was a local affluent businessman that owned a John Deere franchise. His wife, Sarah Moore, 39, played the piano at their church and helped organize the Children's Day program there as well. They had 4 children. Herman Montgomery, 11, Mary Catherine, 10, Arthur Boyd, 7, and Paul Vernon, 5. Pretty idyllic family for the times. Josiah and Sarah were married in 1899, and in 1903 they moved into the home where they would be spending the rest of their lives. Although, that was certainly cut a lot shorter than they could have anticipated. On Sunday, June 9th, 1912, Mary Catherine had invited Ina May, 8, and Lena Gertrude Stillinger, 12, to spend the night, and that evening they joined the Moore family at the Presbyterian Church. Services ended at 9:30 p.m., and the girls walked home to the Moore residence, arriving between 9:45 and 10 p.m. That was the last time that any of the Moores or the Stillinger girls were seen alive. The next morning on June 10th, the Moores' neighbor, Mary Peckham, became concerned when she noticed that they had not been outside to take care of their usual morning chores. She went to the Moore's house and knocked on the door. After receiving no answer, she went and let their chickens out and then called Josiah's brother Ross to come and check on the family. Once he arrived, he too received no answer to his knocks or when he called out. Since he got no answer, Ross used his copy of the house key to let himself inside the home. Once inside, he opened the door to the downstairs guest bedroom, and he found the Stillinger sisters' bodies lying on the bed. He quickly exited the house and asked Peckham to go and call the local peace officer, Henry Horton. What Horton would find was absolutely horrific. In addition to the Stillinger girls, he found the entire Moore family had been bludgeoned to death with an axe that belonged to Josiah. The axe itself was recovered from the guest room where the Stillinger sisters were found. Doctors who examined the bodies of the victims concluded that the murders had happened any time between midnight and 2 a.m. The butts of 2 cigarettes were found in the attic, which suggested that the killer had waited patiently. This is a bit of speculation on my part, but I think the killer had gotten into the home while they were at the church, and they waited for this opportunity. But again, that is just the author's personal speculation. The massacre began in the master bedroom, where Sarah and Josiah were sleeping. Josiah received the most brutal treatment. He'd been hacked with the sharp side of the axe, and his face was so mangled that his eyes had been completely destroyed. Investigators also found a gouge mark in the ceiling where the killer had raised the axe over their head to strike. I found some conflicting reports that the sharp side of the axe was used on Sarah or that she was bludgeoned. The children all suffered head trauma from the blunt side of the axe as they slept, except Lena Stillinger, who had defensive wounds on one of her arms, suggesting that she had tried to fight back. And here is something truly bizarre. After killing the sisters, the killer went back up to the master bedroom to inflict more wounds on Sarah and Josiah. Afterwards, they placed the axe in the guest room and left a 4-pound slab of raw bacon next to the weapon. From here, they also did some vulgar positioning to Ida and then left her. Let's just say exposed. Initially, investigators thought that the killer had at least tried to assault her, but there was never any further proof to back that claim up. Some other very strange things were also discovered in the aftermath, such as untouched food in a blood-covered glass, which were found in the kitchen. Every mirror in the home had been covered with blankets or clothing, whatever could be used as a covering, and things don't stop getting weird here. In an act that today we would find completely strange, unthinkable, and unacceptable, people from the town flocked to the house and were allowed to traipse around the crime scene, completely contaminating things. One of the most morbid and quite frankly sickening acts was that people completely disrespected the Moore family home and the crime scene and took pieces of Josiah's skull as souvenirs. In my personal opinion, this was nearly as grotesque as the crime itself. And if not grotesque, it definitely falls into the category of being in poor taste, to say the absolute least. I mean, who the heck does something like that? But I digress. Hundreds of people handled the murder weapon. It took hours before the sheriff was able to gain complete control of the crime scene. When the county coroner, one Dr. Lindquist, arrived around 9 a.m., he first examined the crime scene himself and then met with Horton and the sheriff to go over all the information they had gathered. Dr. Lindquist was very unhappy with the constant stream of townspeople parading through the crime scene and urged the sheriff to call in the National Guard to help secure the scene. By 10:30, the guard was on site, securing the scene. A local druggist whose hobby was photography showed up and took pictures of the crime scene, but the photos were considered too ghoulish, and he was later dismissed. Most people speculate that his actions were completely financially driven, as many drugstores would sell postcards with pictures from crime scenes emblazoned on them at the time. Something else completely unthinkable in our modern times. As more details began to be uncovered, people began to question how a killer could have maneuvered and moved about a cramped, creaky farmhouse without being detected. This led to speculation that the killer had spiked milk or cocoa the family had drunk with a sedative of some kind. However, toxicology tests were not a routine part of autopsies back then, so this was never confirmed. The police did put together a list of suspects, including Frank Jones and Reverend George Kelly. Kelly was an English-born minister that traveled about peddling religion like a snake oil salesman in one town after another. On many occasions, he'd been accused of peeping and asking young girls to pose nude for him. Ultimately, he was tried twice, with the first trial ending in a hung jury. Kelly had confessed to the killings during trial, but the jury did not believe his confession, and he was ultimately never convicted of the crime. There really is not a whole lot more I can go into on this case, as, to this day, it is unsolved, and no one has ever been able to definitively prove who was responsible for the murders, and no motive has been established. I do think, based on some of the vulgar details, including Ida Stillinger's body, that Reverend Kelly is a very likely suspect given his history of inappropriate behavior. But with the brutality that was inflicted upon Josiah, you can't rule out Frank Jones having something to do with it based on the past business dealings between him and Josiah. There are also legends that the house is haunted, but I'm not going to go into that here, as that would be a write-up for another episode, and that perhaps we could get into in a Strange Things of Iowa episode. Now, as always, we're going to reiterate the names of the victims of this savage crime, as each one of them, as always, deserves to be remembered as a human being, and not just some spectacle for people to gawk at. Josiah Moore, 43, Sarah Moore, 39, Herman Montgomery Moore, 11, Mary Catherine Moore, 10, Arthur Bloyd Moore, 7, Paul Vernon Moore, 5, Ina Mae Stillinger, 8, and Lena Gertrude Stillinger, 12. May they rest in peace. Hello. I'm new around here, but I wanted to share my story of what happened to me back in 2017. I was pretty confused and freaked out at the time, but I still remember the details like it just happened. However, I still don't have an answer for what I experienced. I had been out with a few friends for one of their birthdays, and yes, there was some drinking involved. I was a bit buzzed, but not completely intoxicated. I could walk, my words weren't slurring, and I could think straight, too. However, I was still drinking, so I did not drive that night. One of my friends picked me up, and when I was ready to leave, I called for an Uber. Everyone was still having a good time, and I didn't want to pull them away, so I just took care of myself. When the Uber arrived, I gave him the address, and we left. I live in a residential neighborhood, maybe 15 minutes from downtown, in a small house. It's a pretty quiet area, with mostly older homes and older people living in them. I've never had any problems with any of them either. I've been living there for about 3 years at the time of this event, so I would like to think that I knew everyone pretty well. The Uber dropped me off in front of my house, and as I was walking to the door, he drove away. It was pretty late, probably midnight or 1, so it was pretty dark outside. I had my porch light on, knowing that I would be out late, and I could make out the familiar silhouette of my little gray house in the awning. Once at the door, I grabbed my keys from the purse and put them in the door. That's where things went wrong. The key wouldn't fit. I thought I was a little intoxicated, so maybe I put it in upside down, so I flipped the key and tried again. Same issue. So, we treat it like a USB cable, and I flipped it over again with the same results. Okay, so maybe I just grabbed the wrong key. So I tried my other keys. I only had 4. One was a Chevy car key, so it clearly wasn't that one. The other one was the key to my garage and my sister's house key. I knew what they all were, but I tried them anyway, and none of them worked on my door. How the hell was that even possible? I stared at the door for a moment, then walked down the stairs to look at the number. It was my house number. I felt silly checking it, because of course I recognized my own house. Not to mention, I gave the Uber the address and watched him plug it into the GPS. But not knowing what else to do, I went and tried my keys again, and same result. I felt stupid, and I was getting frustrated. I was just ready to go crash on my bed with my dog. Why was I not able to get into my own house? My car was even in the driveway. So I walked around to the back door to try it, as it used the same key, and, of course, it didn't work either. I took a step back and looked over the door, trying to think about what to do next, when I looked over the small porch. That was the first time something didn't seem right. There was an outdoor rocking chair on the porch, something I didn't own. I looked around and saw a small decorative sign that I also did not have. I looked over the backyard and saw raised garden beds, and I felt so confused. None of this was my yard, but this was certainly my house. I walked back to the front and looked at the numbers again. Still showed the same number. I was confused and a little scared, to be honest. I know that I was a little drunk, but none of this was making sense. It's not like I walked to the wrong house. I was taken here by someone else that was using GPS directions, so how could this not be my home? I pulled out my phone, ready to call a friend to make sure I wasn't going crazy, when I heard a door unlocking. The door to my house. And even though it was my house, I felt the need to hide and not look like I was a burglar. I quickly ran to the street and started walking down the sidewalk, holding my phone to my ear, trying to look like I was just on a walk. I glimpsed over and saw an older man answering the door in a robe. He watched me walk by and then closed the door. I continued to walk, not knowing what to do at that point. I couldn't get into my own home, and it also appeared that someone else was in my house, and I didn't know who they were. I kept walking down the street, and I called my friend who was at the party. I explained to them vaguely what was happening, saying that I was having troubles with my keys and asked if they could come by to help. This was the friend that had picked me up and was the designated driver that night, so I was confident that they would know where to go, and they would also be sober and clear-headed. They said no problem, and I told them that I would meet them at their car. After we hung up, I finished walking to the end of the street, and looked at the street signs, and was comforted that I was on the right street, at least. I kept walking, though, around the corner, hoping to just do a walk around this little block to calm me down. I let myself point out other familiar things that let me know that I wasn't crazy. I recognized the house in the corner with the rounded fence posts. I saw the house with all the bird feeders, and the one with all the kids' toys in the front. I knew this block. I walked up that block, turned left, and headed back down my street. As I passed the large trees, I could see a car parked in front of what I thought was my house. I sped up my pace and got to the car where my friend Parker got out. I explained to him that I was having troubles with my key, and he walked up to the porch with me. I'm sure that I probably looked suspicious as hell as I looked around. I tried my key again, and in it went. What the hell just happened? I hesitated to walk in, so Parker offered to go first, and I let him. I then followed and was greeted by my little beagle, Duke. I asked him if he could check the rooms, and he obliged. I remember standing by the front door with Duke, turning on the lights, and the place looked exactly as I had remembered it. It was my home. He checked my 2 rooms, the bathroom, kitchen, and even the basement, and no one was there, and nothing was out of the ordinary. I even went out back and checked my garage, and my Chevy was there too, just as I thought it had been. I clearly wasn't thinking straight and was more so concerned that there was a man in my house. After we went back inside, Parker sat me down and asked me what was going on. That's when I explained everything to him. How the keys wouldn't work on either door, about the chair in the back and the raised gardens. I even mentioned the old man that walked out of my house. I remember him looking at me and trying to make sense of it because, much like me, I was thinking I must have just been mistaken. Right? I literally checked the house number 3 times, walked around the block, and ended right back where I started with my friend in front of the house. Yet I certainly couldn't get in the first time, and now I was sitting on my couch. We even left, took his car around the same block that I walked to see if I was mistaken. Maybe I was a house or two off, and I never realized how similar they looked, but we came back empty-handed and completely confused. All the houses were small, like mine, but mine was the only one that was light gray with white shutters. In fact, my house was the only one with shutters at all, as it had been redone and added when I bought it. And none of the numbers were close to mine to have been mistaken. Like, my street number is 847, but there were no 874s or 487 or X47 on that block that would have confused my house with. So what the hell happened that night? He took me back home, and I just said maybe I was tired or something, and tried to let it go, not wanting to worry my friend. But, to be honest, I was very worried. There's no way, even with the 2 drinks that I'd had, that I would have mistaken my house. So, how could my house have shifted, disappeared like that, and then returned when I went for a walk? I didn't even recognize the man that answered the door, and I never saw him again after that night. It's been almost a decade since that happened, and I still live in that same house, but thankfully I've never had something like this happen again. But after reading into glitches and parallel universes, I almost wonder if that may have been what happened. That maybe I went home at the wrong time and someone else was living in my house. I just hope that nothing else changes like that in my life, because I don't think I could handle it a second time. Hey Raven, I found your stories over a year ago, and they help me sleep, or they just entertain me. Thank you for all your work. Here's my story. It was the first week of summer, and my mom was in the shower. Now, I was outside, so my mom was on the other side of my house anyway. I was sitting in a chair in my front yard. My sister had just come out and asked what I was doing. I said I was watching a video that my phone had sent me. She went back inside after I turned it off. She closed the door and did whatever she does. All of a sudden, the door opened and closed, and I thought it was my sister, so I ignored it. But then I heard feet pattering on the floor, and it sounded just like my sister's. I jumped up out of my seat and looked around, but I didn't see her. I called her name and no reply. I went back inside and went to her room, and there she was. Now, you would think she ran outside and snuck back in, but you can't get into the house unless you're unlocking the 2 gates with the key under the mat. I should have mentioned this in the beginning, but we live on a farmland, so our closest neighbor is like 4 miles away. So as soon as this happened, I did some research, and it turns out that a kid died in this house from pneumonia in 1815. This explains the situation with all the toys when I came back from vacation, when I knew that I cleaned them all up, but that's another story. That's what happened. If anyone thinks they know what happened, if this gets on the podcast, let me know. Bye, Raven. Once again, thank you for all you do.